Okay, so let's build Twitter from scratch with your favorite technologies, which are MongoDB, Express, React, and Node, also known as MERN stack. This is one of the best tech stacks to get into the full stack web development and just understand how everything works behind the scenes. And in this video, we will learn and implement multiple different services, such as authentication, posts, notifications, and users. You will learn how to create a maintainable codebase by writing clean code and separating every service into its own folder and file. You will see how authentication and authorization works behind the scenes and implement it by writing some code. You will learn how to add fundamental concepts of a social media application, such as creating posts, which can be text only, image only, or both of them together in one post. You can like posts, unlike them, and comment on them. If you are the owner of the post, you can delete it. You will learn how to send notifications to users, such as someone liked your post or followed your profile, and the ability to delete all notifications. You will learn how to upload profile and cover images and how to update user profile info, such as full name, username, bio, link, and password. And while doing all these, we will take care of security as well. For instance, if users want to update their password, first they need to fill in the current password, and it should be correct. Otherwise, they can't really update it. And users can also switch from posts to like section, just like in the Twitter application itself. Also, there will be a right panel that will suggest some random users from the database, and we could follow those users. You will not only learn how to write clean code on the backend, but also in the front end, and specifically in React. Just to give an example, we will create a post component and we will use it in 4 different places. Here in the For You tab and in the Following tab. Also in the Posts and Likes tab. We just use the exact same component and it is customizable. Another example is the Follow button. We use it in the right panel and in the profile page because we will write a custom hook for it and it'll be reusable. For the UI design of this app, we will use Tailwind CSS with Daisy UI. And for the data fetching, caching, updating, and invalidating, we will be using 10stack, also known as React Query, which is one of my favorite technologies in this application. And of course, this app will be completely responsive and we will deploy this at the end completely for free. So there are millions of things to learn from this tutorial, and I have spent weeks on this and designed everything in a way that it would make complete sense, and it is being explained in a beginner friendly way. So this is a super detailed tutorial and it is a long one. So go get some snacks and start the tutorial. Trust me, that's gonna be so much fun, and it would also be a bit of fun for me if you could subscribe to the channel. And just to make you get a little bit more excited, I will say that if we hit 50k, then I am adding a chat application on top of this Twitter clone so that users can create private and group chats. With that, thanks for watching and let's get started. So before we start writing any code, let's talk about the prerequisites. There isn't anything crazy on this list. So basic understanding of HTML and CSS should be fine. Things like flexbox, border radiuses, borders, colors, images, background colors, and things like that. Super basic stuff. And a basic understanding of JavaScript and React would be really helpful. Things like map method, hooks, state, components, and props. So these two are optional. If you have never used them, it is fine. But if you use them, I think that would really help you to just grasp concepts pretty quickly, which is Node.js and Express. And let's talk about the course outline. So this course is designed in 4 different parts, and this is how I recorded it. So in the first part of this course, we're going to be writing our backend functions and just setting up that. So we're going to set up our MongoDB database. We're going to handle the authentication with JSONWEBTOKENs. We're going to create user, post, and notification controllers, and we're going to test it with Postman, which is integrated into VS Code. And next, we're going to go into the UI design section where we'll just write some Tailwind CSS and Daisy UI on top of it. We're going to have some hard-coded data for the sake of UI, and we're going to set up React Router DOM so that we could have different pages, links, and just navigation in general. So that's going to be the UI design part, which is the easiest one of this tutorial. because we are here to learn full stack development, and which is a little bit more complex, right? And then in the third section, we're going to connect this UI design to the backend that we have written in the first section. So we're going to be using React and React Query, which is for data fetching, caching, updating, and invalidating some queries. And you'll see what that means. So we'll be writing React Query queries, mutations, and custom hooks, which will make our code base super clean and will teach you a lot of great concepts in React. And finally, once everything is ready, we're going to set up the server and just make our application ready for deployment. And for that, we'll be using a free tool called render.com. And if you take a look at the commits of this GitHub repo, you could see I just prefixed every commit with the section itself. So this is all of the commits that we have added in the first section. And this is the UI design. It is just one small commit or maybe a large one. So we just add the UI design and nothing else. Then in the third section, we have added the most of the things of this tutorial because we are connecting front end to the back end. And lastly, we just add one commit where we prepare our application for the deployment. So as you can see, there are millions of different commits where you can go back in time and just see the changes that we have added. With that, let's start coding. Okay, so I have created an empty folder on my desktop called the Twitter clone, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now I need to create two different folders, one called the backend and the other one will be front end. Now we are not going to work with the front end in this section for a while until we build the backend, but while we're here, let's just initialize a React application and then we're going to focus on the backend. So I will first cd into the front end and I will say npm create vid at latest. And I just want this React application to be initialized under this front end folder. So I'll just put a dot at the end. I'll just press enter and that's going to initialize that React application. First, we need to just select this and we would like to go with JavaScript. And if we take a look at it here now, we have all of our folders and files that we need. Now it says run npm install to get your node modules and dependencies. And once that is done, just run npm run dev. Okay, packages have been installed. Let's just say npm run dev. And that's gonna start our development server on this port. If I control click to that, it's gonna take us to this URL and we should be able to see a React application. There we go. This is our boilerplate, but we're not gonna work with it for now. So I will kill this terminal and actually just create a new one and shrink this one. So now to be able to create a backend, we're not just gonna go cd into the backend and say npm init -y, but instead I'll be doing this in the root. And the reason is to have a better developer experience when I deploy this application. And you'll see once we get to the end of the video and just deploy this app. So go into the root and just type npm init -y. And that's going to give us a package.json file so that we could install our dependencies. And for the backend, we would like to install a couple of different dependencies. And while we're here, let's just install all of them at once so that we don't waste time. And whenever we use any of them, I'll just try to explain each. So I'll say npm install express mongoose JSON web token. This is for authentication, and mongoose for to be able to interact our MongoDB database, and express just to create our API. And then we'll just say or the express server, right? So that we could have a better and easier time to have a server up and running. And we'd like to install the bcrypt JS to be able to hash passwords, and .env package to be able to read the content of .env files, and course to be able to get rid of the course errors, and cookie-parser to be able to get the cookies from the request, and then the Cloudinary package or the service so that we could upload images for free. And press enter. Now that should install all of our packages and put a node modules in the root. And there we go. Now we have all these packages have been installed. under this dependencies. Now I would like to also install a dev dependency. So I'll just say npm install dash d, and I'll just say nodemon. And there we go. Now we have this package, and if you have never used it, you'll see why we are installing this. So let's just try to make this type of module so that we could use import and export syntax. By default, it is common.js, and you need to use the require syntax. But I would like to use the module syntax. And then for the scripts, let's just delete the test one, and I'll just say dev, where we'd like to just run nodemon server.js, but this file will be under the backend. So I'll say server.js. So we need to say first go under the backend folder and then find this file. And for the production, we will write the start, where we'll just say run this file with the node. And our main entry file is now not index.js, but it is server.js, and it is under the backend folder. Okay, hopefully now we should be able to say something like console log server is running, and we should be able to say npm run dev, which is gonna call this nodemon and just run the server.js file. So I'll just press enter. And there we go. Now it says server is running. And since we are using nodemon, whenever we do some changes to this file, it is just going to update it and just restart it by default. And that's what nodemon does. So a really useful tool for development. Now we would like to just create an Express server, and let's delete this and just get an boilerplate Express app up and running. So I'll just say import Express from the Express. Then we'll just say const app express, and let's just listen to it. So app.listen to a port that could be anything. Let's just say 8000, and we will just say server is up and running on this port. And if we just hit something like the root route, so I'll just say app.get the root, where we got the request and response. I'll just say res.send file, or maybe just send, to be honest, and we'll just say server is ready. Let's just test it out now. If we take a look at from the console, we can see server is running on this port, and if we visit localhost 8000 route, not the API auth login, but it should be just like this, and it just says server is ready. It's because we just set up a GET request and send a response. So now that we have our setup, we could just speed up a little bit and add our other routes. So we are going to have a couple of different services, things like authentication, users, posts, notifications, and we can't really add all of them into this file. It would get really large and hard to manage. But instead, we will just put routes in different folders. So I'll just create one called routes, and they're gonna have some functions. And again, we can't really put all of them into those files. So instead, we would like to have some clean code and some manageable and maintainable code base. And for this, we are just gonna create controllers. And then we would like to have some tables in our database, and we're gonna call them models. And since we're using MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database, so it is not going to be tables, but something called collections. But basically, it is the same thing as tables, and it'll just make sense in a couple of minutes. Now, we would like to just say app.use, which is to create a middleware. So we'll say if we visit /API/auth, we would like to call auth routes, and we need to create this now. Let's go into the routes, create auth.routes.js. Now this is optional. You could delete this routes part and just call it as auth.js or really anything.js, but I would like to go with authroutes.js so that I could just see this is a routes file when I just see this file explorer. So it just makes everything easier, and I think it looks pretty cool. Then we would like to first import this, but first we need to export actually. So let's say import express from express, and then we need to create something called router, and we need to get that from this capital R from express. Then let's just say export default router. Then we could just put all of our so to say methods, HTTP methods. So that could be get, post, put, delete, patch, anything like that. And if we just say get slash sign up and just call this function, I'll just say request and response, and we could just say you hit the sign up endpoint. Now let's import this one. Let's say import auth routes from routes and auth routes.js file. Now don't forget to add this .js, otherwise it's gonna give us errors. So always take a look at this .js extension. It is really important because we are using this type of module. Okay, with that in mind, now what is gonna happen is that when we, let me just put them side by side, when we hit slash API slash auth slash sign up, we are gonna call this function where we just return you hit the sign up endpoint. Now this will be post method later, but for now let's just make it get so that we could test it out in our browser. So I'll just say API auth slash sign up, and there we go. Now it says you hit the sign up endpoint. And if you are wondering how I get this beautiful response as JSON, so I am using this extension called JSON Weaver Pro, which is for free. You could install it from the Chrome extensions. Now let's create another endpoint where we'll just have router. Maybe I'll just put it here. We could basically duplicate this one where we will just say for the login, and let's say you hit the login endpoint, then we're gonna have another one for logout. Let's say logout, and it should be like this. Now if we visit auth login, you hit the login endpoint, and same for the logout. Okay, with that in mind, now we could make this to be post methods. And now we would like to also take these functions and put them into this folder that we have created as controllers. And the reason is, if any of these functions gets larger, this file will be unmanageable, and it is just fine to, or it's the best practice to create this controllers folder. So I will create one called auth.controller.js. And again, this is an optional. You could delete this controller part. And here I will delete this part where I'll just say sign up. And we need to create this function now. I'll say export const sign up, which is gonna be an async function, request and response, and maybe I'll just say you hit the sign up endpoint. So it is the exact same thing how we have done in this way. You could still make this async, so it is just a normal arrow function. And I will say sign up, and don't forget to add this .js, otherwise it is gonna crash. And let's do the same thing for login and logout. I'll just duplicate this twice. I'll say login and logout. And to be able to select this, you could press Ctrl D or Command D. And then let's delete those. I'll say login and logout. Now we would like to implement the sign up functionality, but for this we need to have a database so that we could store our users. And for this we'll be using MongoDB. So for this, head over to the mongodb.com, and if you don't have an account, just create one, then sign in. Once you sign in, it is going to take you to the dashboard where you could see your projects. Now I have a couple of different projects. I think, let's just see, view all projects. And I have deleted all past projects. So I'll just create a new one, and I will call this as Twitter clone, and I will say next. Then project owner is going to be me. I'll just say create the project. It is going to take us to this page where we can create a deployment. We would like to go with the free tier, and we could leave the cluster name as it is. It is not really important. Just leave it like that, and let's say create a deployment. Now this is gonna give you a password which you need to copy, and because it is going to hide that, you cannot find it again. So create a .env file, and for now just paste it. We're gonna use it in a second. Then let's say create the database user, and then choose a connection method. Now here it says your current IP address has been added. So currently you cannot see this because I have just removed that while editing this video, and it should add your current IP address as well. If not, you'll just fix it in a second. And let's say choose a connection method, select the drivers because we would like to connect to MongoDB with Node.js. Now it says install MongoDB, but instead we have installed Mongoose, which is, I think, a better option. It just has really great support, and we'll be using Mongoose. And if you take a look at the online repositories, everyone been using Mongoose. And now let's copy this connection string, and we can show the password or hide it. But I think I'll just copy this with showing that, and I will paste it. Now our password is already being passed. I think we could delete this. And for the database name, you could go before the question mark and just say your database name. I'll just say Twitter-clone or maybe TwitterDB. Then save this, but we need to assign this to a variable. I'll say Mongo_URI. And with this, we should be able to connect to our database. For now, save this and review setup steps. Okay, we have done everything correct. Now you need to go under the network access. So currently your IP address should be here in this list. I have mine. You cannot see that, but trust me, it is here. I'll just add another IP address where I'll just say allow access from anywhere, because our IP addresses could change while we are developing this application, and we don't want to get any errors. And I'll just say confirm. Now this is in the pending state. In a couple of seconds, it should be active. Okay, there we go. Now it is active, and we can write a function to be able to connect our database. Now, remember how I said we'll be using this .env to be able to read the .env file content. And let me just demo that. So here, if we just say console.log process.env.mongo URI, we should get something like undefined in our console because we cannot read it by default. Instead, we'll just say import .env from .env, and before we do anything else, we'll just say .env.config, and with the help of this function, we are able to just read the value. Now we are going to create a folder called db and connect MongoDB.js. And here we'll just create a function to be able to connect. So I'll say import mongoose from mongoose package, and let's say const connect MongoDB, and this is going to be an async function where we have try catch, and in the error case we could just say console.log the error with error message, or maybe we could say error connecting to MongoDB, and we could just say process.exit with the code of 1. It means there were some errors. And then in the try, we'll just say const connection or con await mongoose.connect, where we'll just say process.env, if I can type, mongo _URI. So by using this connection string, we are able to connect to our MongoDB database, and this is going to give us some value. And we could just say console log MongoDB connected and then connection.host, and export default this connect MongoDB function and close that. Once we listen to our server, once our server is up and running, we are going to just say connect MongoDB and just call it. Now we could also change this port. I will put it into this file, and for the value I'll just put 5000, And now instead of putting it like this, I will create a variable where I'll just say it is going to be process.env.port. If this value is undefined, then just give us this 5000 by default, and I will replace it with this one. And let's just make it to be dynamic with the backticks. I will delete this part and I'll just say port. Now let's save, and hopefully in our console we should be able to see something like MongoDB connected. Okay, server is running on this port and MongoDB connected. And let's delete this Mongo URI. Okay, so we have set it up our MongoDB database as well as this server.js file. Before we proceed any further, I would like to just add a commit. And to be able to do this, first we need to just initialize this as a Git repo. So I'll just say git init, and then we need to first create a git ignore file. So in the front end, we already have one. So I will just drag and drop this to the root. So there we go. Now it is not under the front end, but rather it's here. And I will just add .env at the very bottom. And there we go. Now this .env file has been ignored, as well as the node modules. And it's also going to ignore this node modules under the front end. With that in mind, we could add all of our changes to the staging area. So I will just press this one and just add a commit message. And since we are in the first section, this is the prefix that I have added, and this is my commit message. So with that in mind, let's first try to create our user model. So I will say user.model.js. And as I said before, a model is going to be kind of like a table. And since we are using a NoSQL, it's just going to be a collection. So let's see how we can create one. First, we need to import the mongoose. Then we are going to give a variable name. Let's say user schema, which is going to be equal to new mongoose.schema, which takes an object, and another object, it is like optional, which you just say timestamps to be true, and this is going to give you the created at and updated at field for a user. And I always try to put this because for a user, let's say we would like to show some field like member since let's say July 2021. And with the help of this, we are going to get the created at date, and we can just use this to be able to show this kind of thing in the user profile. And now the most important object is the first one, where you just add the fields for a user. So each user will have a username. So we're going to say the type will be string, it is going to be required, and it is going to be unique. Then let's just try to add the full name. Each user will also have a full name. It is going to be type of string, and it is going to be required. And this doesn't have to be unique. Then we are going to have, let's say, a password, and it is going to have type of string and required to be true. And I think we could also do things like min length is going to be 6. Then they're going to have an email where it's going to be type of string, required, true, and unique. Then each user will have some followers, which is going to be type of array, right? So I'll say followers, and each follower, we're going to keep it as a user ID. So I'll say the type of them will be mongoose schema types.object ID. That's basically says a follower will need to have this kind of MongoDB object ID type. Now, at first, this might look a little bit complicated, but basically MongoDB has object IDs, and all of them have some strict length. So let's say all of them are 16 characters. So if you try to add an ID like 1, 2, 3, which is length of 3, it is going to give you some errors. So just know that this says a follower will be a type of ID. And I think we'll just see that in action once we implement the followers functionality. Then we'll just say it is going to reference to the user model that means a follower will be a user ID. And by default, when a user sign up, this will be an empty array. That means a user has 0 followers when they sign up. And same goes for the following. It is the exact same thing. So we could copy it and then just paste it. We will change it with following, and again, type of ID and reference to the user model. And by default, it's going to be an empty array so that we know this user don't have any following, so it doesn't follow anyone when they sign up. Then each user will have a profile image, but this could be an optional. So we'll just say type will be string, and by default, it is going to be an empty string. Again, they're going to have a cover image. So cover, oops, if I can type, it is going to be type of string, and by default it's going to be empty. And lastly, they're going to have bio as well as a link, and these fields are going to be optional, where they can set once they sign up. Okay, with that in mind, this is going to be our user schema. So the only, I think, the confusing part was this one, but we're going to get that, and I think it is just going to make sense later in the video. So we have created this schema. Now we need to create a model out of it. So we'll say const user, and we'll just say mongoose.model. We would like to call it as user model, and we're going to pass the user's schema. Now, even though we called it as user as singular, in our database, it is going to be looking like this, and this is what Mongoose does behind the scenes. And lastly, I'll just export default this user model. So I think with that, we can save this file and just try to implement the authentication and specifically the sign up function. So here I'll just close this .env file, and first we need to implement this function where I would like to have a try catch, and in the try, user will give us some fields such as full name, username, email, and password. And we're gonna get this from the request.body, but currently we cannot get this is because we haven't used a middleware. So before we do anything else, we are just gonna call app.use and express.json. And if you don't know what a middleware is basically just a function. It runs before you do anything, or after you do everything, or just something in between. So just know that it is a regular function that runs between request and response. And in our case, we are using this express.json middleware to be able to parse the request.body. So I'll just say to parse request.body. This is going to be the form data. It is coming from user from the React application. And then here we are able to get those values. And first we need to just check if email format is valid. So I'll say const email regex. So this is a regular expression that we'll be using, and this is something that I have found online. So if you delete this and ask me to type it, I can't really do. I just don't understand anything from this, but we don't really need to understand as long as it works for regular expressions. So this is just gonna check if the email user passed is valid or not. If not, we're gonna return a status of 400, which means there were some errors, and our error message is invalid email format. And then we need to check if this username exists. So I'll say const existing user, and I'll say await user model. Let's import that, and we need to add the .js. Don't forget this, otherwise it is gonna crash your application. So we'll say find one user where they have this username. Like it looks like this, but since both of them have the same value, we could delete this one and just shorten this. So under the users table, we're just gonna find this user with the username that they have passed. If existing user, we're just gonna say username is already taken and return out of this function. Then we also want to check for existing email. So it is gonna be looking exactly same. I think I could copy this and paste it. So I'll say existing email and find one where we'll just say email equals to the email that user just passed. And if this is the case, we'll just say email is already taken. Then we need to hash the password. And the reason is when let's say user passed a password like this and someone steal our database, they could just see, okay, this user have this password. Let me just log into his account and delete his account, or just send message to anyone, read his or her messages. And this is not what we'd like to do. Even if our database is stolen, we could still want to. So we always want to hash the passwords, and this is one of the most well-known best practice. So I'll just say hash password, and for this we have installed a package, which was the bcrypt. Let's first import that. I'll say import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then we'll just say const salt. So first we need to create a salt, and this takes a bit time. So we'll say await bcrypt.gensalt, and the optimal value that I see online people use is 10. The bigger this value gets, the longer this will take to complete. So in our case, we could use 10. It is a valid number for us. And we'll say const hashed password, where we'll just say await bcrypt.hash, where we would like to hash the password that user passed with the salt. Let's say user passed something like 1 to 6. We're gonna take it and make it look like this. So it is not readable at all, okay? So it is not gonna look like this, but something similar. And we have the hashed password, and I think I have a typo. It should be bcrypt. And once we have done this, we'll just say const new user, and I'll just say new user. We have this model, and we are gonna create an object into it where we'll have the full name, and like this full name we're getting from the user. We could pass the username, the email, and for the password, we're just gonna put the hashed password. And since these are the same, we could just shorten all of them. And then we're just gonna check if new user, we're gonna do something else. We're gonna probably throw some errors. Now, once we have the user, we would like to generate a token and set the cookie, and this token will be JWT token. Now, I will just call that function. I'll say generate token and set cookie, and this will take the user ID. So I'll say new user dot underscore ID as well as the response. And once we have done that, so we don't have this function, but we'll create it in a second. We are gonna save this user to our database, and we're gonna say res.status of 201, which means so something has been created. And as for the response, we're gonna just send the user back. So underscore ID is going to be new user underscore ID. So I am getting auto suggestions. I hope it doesn't bother you. It is really convenient for me to just auto accept them and just explain as I do. And for this, I am using GitHub Copilot if you don't know what this extension is. And we're just gonna pass the full name, the username, the email, profile image, followers, following, and the cover image. And these are gonna get those default values, but these are gonna be the values that user pass. And notice how we are not returning the password to the client. And in the else case, we can return some kind of error that says invalid user data. And again, we have 400 status code, and in the catch, let's just return a 500 error that says internal server error, something went wrong in the server, right? And for debugging purposes, we could put a console log where we just say error in sign up controller. And now what's up with this generate token and set cookie function? Now let's just try to write this function, and then I'll explain what it does on a diagram. Here under the backend, I'll create a folder called lib, and then maybe another one called utils, where we could put our functions. I'll say generate token.js. And here we'd like to import JWT from JSONWEBTOKEN package, and we'll say export const generate token and set cookie. And this is going to take the user ID as well as the response, right? The user ID and then the response. And we're getting response because we're going to set a cookie and send it back to the client. Now here we'll just say const token, and this is how we create one. So jwt.sign, which is going to take a payload that's going to be user ID so that we could identify this user with some value, and that's going to be the user ID. Then this is going to take a secret, and that's going to be jwt secret that we'll create in a second, as well as the expires in date. And let's say this token will expire in 15 days. Now we need to create this one in .env. Let's go here. That is called jwt secret. This could be any value, but let's just create a long one from our terminal. Here just select the git bash, and we need to just type open SSL rand dash base 64 and 32. That's going to give us this value that we could copy and just paste it as the value. And then we have the token. Now we would like to send it as a cookie, right? I'll just say res.cookie, and the name that we would like to give, that could be token. I'll just say token, JWT. Then the token that we want to pass is the one that we have just created, is token, and a couple of different options just to make this a little bit more secure. So we'll say maximum age. So we said that it is going to be 15 days, and this should be in milliseconds, and this is how you would do it. I'll just put a comment, milliseconds, and then we'll pass HTTP only to be true, and this will prevent XSS attacks, also known as cross-site scripting attacks. That basically means this token cannot be accessible via JavaScript or anything like that. It'll only be accessible HTTP only. And then we are gonna pass another option. Same site will be strict, and this will prevent another attack. I will put a comment, and if you want to just learn more about them, feel free to Google it. Then we'll just say secure, and this should only be true in the production so that it could have that HTTPS. And I will just paste it like this. And we need to create this environment variable as well, Node.env. And since we're in the development, let's just leave it like this. Once we deploy this, this is going to be production in our deployed server, right? And okay, we just say this is going to be true if this is not equal to development. And now with this, we have created a token, added the user ID as a payload so that we could check which user have this token, and we have encoded with this JWT secret that we have created, and we say this token will expire in 15 days. Then we have added a couple of different options and send it as a cookie to the user's browser, right, or the client. And we are calling this when let's import this, by the way. We need to add .js at the end. Okay, we already have it. So we are calling this once we have created this user and just pass all these checks. We're going to create the token, save the user to the database, and send it as a response to the client. So just to be able to understand this in a better way, I have a diagram that we could take a look. So let's say we have a user that wants to sign up or log in. We haven't implemented this part, but we'll do. And again, we're going to call that exact same function where we just generate a token and set it as a cookie. So user will send a sign up request to our server, and we are going to get, we're going to create a token encoded with the secret key that we have created in our environment variables. Then this token will have some payload, which is the user ID, and we're going to send this token in the cookie back to the client. Now that user has this token, whenever he sends another request, that could be something like update profile or delete post or any other requests, it is going to send this JWT token in the response because it has in the cookie, right? And server will get that token, it is going to decode it, and it is going to just see if this token is valid or not, if it's expired or not, and if user has changed it. If not, it is going to see like it has the user ID and it knows, okay, this is that user, it is still valid, he can do like updating his profile, deleting the post, anything like that. That's going to be the success case. But if this token is expired or if it is invalid, it is going to return an error back to the client. And this is basically the workflow that we have. And just know that once user sign up or log in, this like we are going to create a token and this will be saved in the client browser. And whenever user sends a request, we're gonna send it to the server and just decode it and return a success or error message depending on the validation. With that in mind, let's try to test it out. And for this, we could use the Postman. I already have an extension for this. Let's go into here and I'll just say Postman. So you need to install this one. And I don't know why I cannot see that. Okay, if you press this three dots, you could get the Postman, and I think I'll just zoom out a little bit to be able to see this in a better way. Now I have a couple of different workspaces, and if you don't have a Postman account, this is going to ask you to log in. I have done this previously, so it is not going to ask me, but let's try to create a new workspace. This is all of my past workspaces. I will just say, okay, when I click that, it just says sign into Postman. So instead of creating a new workspace, I think I'll just use this one and I'll delete everything and just do it from scratch together. So I will delete this post collection and this user collection as well. And if you have just signed up, you should be able to see something like this. And maybe first you need to create a workspace, then this should be your view. Then let's just say create a collection, and we would like to rename this to be Auth. And then we could add a request. Let's say this is gonna be sign up, and the method for this is gonna be post. Now what is gonna be our URL? It's gonna be HTTP localhost, our port, and then /API/auth/signup. And we said that we are gonna send some body. We could go into row and say JSON. We could put an object like this is gonna be, we will just say username, full name, and just put the value for that. But this is a little bit more convenient, form URL encoded. And to be able to use this, we need to add another, so to say, middleware. So here I'll just say app.use express URL encoded, extended will be true. And to parse, let's say form data, but URL encoded. And with this in place, now we should be able to say username, and for the value, we could say John Doe, and full name. We could put some password. If I just say 1234, this should give us an error because we said that minimum length will be 6. And I think we need to also pass the email. I'll say johndoe@email.com. Okay, I'll just send the request now. Okay, it didn't give us any errors. Maybe we should check for it. I think we forgot to do that, but we're gonna fix it in a second. And here as a response, we can see 201 user created. This is the fields that it has, and we got a cookie which is JWT, and it expires in 15 days. And it is HTTP only. It is not secure because we're not using HTTPS, and because like we're in the local host. But in the production, that's going to be true. And this is the JWT token value that we have. And everything looks like working as expected. The only thing that we could fix is here so we could just say if password dot length is less than 6, we could just say password must be at least 6 characters long and just send this status code. If I try to sign up again with this user, this should first give us an error that says, let's see, username is already taken or email is already taken. Then it is gonna just check and see the password is less than 6. So let's just try to create another account. I'll say Jane Doe. Okay, so I have just updated all these fields and it should give us an error that says password is like less than 6 characters. And if we put 5, 6, it is gonna create that user and we could check it out in our database. Here, if you click to the database, you could go into the browse collections and we should be able to have this Twitter DB. Now I also have another database. This is something MongoDB gives you out of the box so that you could test out this database, but I think I'll just delete this because I'm not going to be using this one. Again, this is just some for testing purposes that MongoDB gives you. And there we go. Now we have the users collection where we have our users and the password has been hashed. Here we can see, and followers and following arrays are empty. These are the default values, but we got the email, full name, and username as expected. And this is this user ID that I have talked about previously. It is the type of object ID, and it just has some kind of like strict length that MongoDB uses. And we're going to be putting them into this followers and following arrays once we add that functionality. And with that in mind, let's try to add the login functionality. So there are too much files open. I think I'll just close all of them. And I will just try to add the login functionality, which is under the Auth controller. So I will go here and again, we'll have some kind of try catch. In the catch, we could just take the exact same values. I will copy these two lines and collapse this, paste it, and I'll say error in login controller and just log the error message and send it as a response. Then in the try, now we'll like to get the username and password when user logs in. So username and password. This is going to be equal to request.body, and we're going to just find the user, await user find one, where the username field matches the one that user passed. And we need to check if is password correct or valid. Await, we'll just say bcrypt dot compare two passwords, the one that user passed and the one that we have in the database. But in case this is empty, we're just gonna say like compare it with an empty string, which will return false. But this is something that you need to add, otherwise bcrypt throws some errors. So if this is undefined, it cannot compare a string with an undefined. So we just say at least compare it with an empty string so that you don't crash our application. And we'll say if user is not found or if password is not correct, then we'll just say invalid credentials, or we could just say invalid username or password. And if we pass those if checks, we could again just say generate token and set the cookie. And we're going to say res.status and just send the response back to the client, to the user. And I think it's just going to be exactly the same thing where we have the user ID, full name, username, and all these fields, which we are getting from our database. And let's try to test this out. I will go ahead into the Postman and I will duplicate this one. And if you save this, it is going to update here where it is going to be a post method. And this is the sign up copy. I'll just say login and make this a post, save this and just get the URL. This is going to be login and in the body we'll just pass the username, and then we're gonna pass, let's say, John Doe, and the password, let's just put the wrong password. Okay, it logged us in for some reason. Oh, because it's because this is the correct password for John Doe. But if we put 123, it is gonna say invalid username or password. But again, if we put the correct password, it is gonna log us in, and we got a cookie for John. Again, we could do Jane Doe, and if we just say 123 and 4, this is gonna give us an error because password is not correct. And if we just say 56, it should log us in. Or if we just make this wrong, it is gonna say invalid username or password. And the next thing that we would like to do, just the logout. I will duplicate this one. And when we just send this request, it should log us out. But first we need to add that function. Now this is gonna be relatively easy. We'll just say try catch, and in the try, we'll say res.cookie, where we have this JWT field. We would like to set it to be empty, and max age, let's say 0, so that it is gonna immediately kill that. And we'll say res.status 200, 200, oops, if I can type, and JSON, we'll just say logged out successfully. And in the catch, we will just do the same thing, error in logout controller, and if there were some errors, 500 status code internal server error. If we click to this, and before that, let's just see our cookies. So in localhost, we have one cookie, which is JWT, right? If I just sent this now, logged out successfully, we cannot see any cookies. If we go here, let's just refresh. Now we don't have any cookies because it has been destroyed. And one last controller that we need to add, here, we'll just add export const get me. So this is gonna get the authenticated user, and we're gonna be using this later in the video where we just check if user is authenticated or not. And again, this will make sense later. So let's just have a try catch. We'll say const user await user find by ID, and we're gonna say request dot user dot underscore ID. But in the request, we don't have this field. We need to add this first. So I will just comment this out. Oops. Okay, I will comment this out, or maybe just leave it like this. And we need to add another function. So in the auth routes, first let's add our route where we have 3 different post methods. I will create another one at the maybe very top. I will say router.get, where you get the currently authenticated user. I'll say me and get me. You could also call this maybe auth check, but I think I'll just say get me, and we're gonna get this function. But this should be a protected function or protected route. I'll say protect, so protect route, and this is a middleware that we need to create. Under the backend, I'll create this middleware folder, and then protect route.js. So before we write anything into this file, let's take a look at this diagram that we have. So we have added the sign up and login functionality. And now if we try to add different kind of functionalities, we need to somehow decode this token that we have created. And this is that function that we will actually do this part. We're going to take a look at the token, if it is valid or not, if this user is authenticated or not, and like authorized or not, things like that. And let's try to see how we can do this. So first, let's import the user model. We need to put the .js at the end. Then we're going to say export const protect route, which is going to be an async function that's going to take the request and response, and it is going to take the next function, and you're going to see why. But basically, when we hit this get me route, we are gonna first call this function, right? Once this has been completed successfully, we're gonna call the next function, which is gonna be this one, right? And this is basically the logic. So try catch. In the try, first we're gonna get the token from request dot cookies dot jwt, and this is how we called it, if you remember. And we cannot get this with our current setup. To be able to get this, we need to add another middleware. So here I'll just say app.use cookie parser and call that. We need to import that as well. So that was the package that we have installed. And if you remember, I said we need to use this to be able to parse the request, and we are able to get the cookies with the help of it. If there is not token, we're gonna just say return, let's say 401. You need to log in first, but instead I will just say unauthorized and no token provided. But if we have a token, let's try to decode it. So we'll say JWT verify this token, and remember we had a JWT secret that we could decode this token with that secret. So if in the client user tampered with this token and try to change it, this will be invalid. So we'll say if this decoded somehow returns some kind of falsy value, or maybe it is expired, we'll just say invalid token. And if we just pass these if checks, and also let me just zoom in a little bit, we'll just say const user await user find by ID. And if you remember, we had a user ID in this token. That was our payload, and we would like to just return this user, but we don't want to return the password. So I'll just say select minus password so that we don't send that back to the client. And I think we could add another check. We'll just say if there is not user, probably we're never gonna hit this, but just in case, we'll just say 404 user not found. And finally, we'll just say into the request object, add this user field and call the next function. In the catch, we'll just say, I think I'll just copy and paste it. Pretty simple, 2 lines, error in protect route middleware, show the error message, and internal server error with this status code. And we are exporting this function as well. So yeah, let me just quickly go over this. We are getting the token from the cookies, and if there is not token, handle it. If there is a cookie but it is invalid, again just handle with an error, and we need to verify this token with that secret that we have created previously. And if we pass this one as well, then it means we have a valid token where we have the user ID. We use this to be able to find the user in our database and return this back to the client, but we remove the password field and we add this to the request. So I'm sorry, we don't really send this to the client, but we add it into the request object. So request.user is going to be equal to that user and call the next function, which is going to be this get me. Let's import this. And now in this get me function, we can use this request.user field because we just added this one, right? And this user had things like ID, full name, username, email, and any of those fields. We're gonna pass the ID, so we're gonna send this to the client. So I'll just say select minus password and res.status with 200 and just send the user back. And again, 2 lines of code. I think I could copy and paste it. Error in get me controller and internal error. So with this now, we should be able to send that request as well. I'll go into the Postman. I will duplicate this one. This should be a get method. I'll say get me, and now if we send this now, we're gonna get no token provided because we have logged out previously. Let's try to log in as Jane. Okay, we have been logged in, we have the cookie. Let's try to get the authenticated user, and looks like we couldn't send the request. Let's see what is the error from the console. So it just says error is not defined. Okay, this should be, let's see, where is it? Maybe in the protect route. Okay, we call this as error, and this is error. I'll just make this to be like this, and let's test it out again. I will send this now, and again we have another one. Let's see. JWT is not defined. Let's get that one. Okay, I'll say import JWT from the package, and let's send again. Okay, we are sending the get me, and there we go. Now we are logged in as Jane. If we try to log in as John, and John had this password from 1 to 4, we are logged in as John, get the John, and there we go. So with this in place, we have all of our controllers for the authentication, and I think we could add a commit. I will just save these endpoints and just close everything, and I'll just walk you through quickly what we have done so far. So in the backend, we have this server.js file. I'll just zoom out a little bit. We have created this auth routes, right? And we have added a couple of different middlewares. These were added to be able to parse the form data, and this is added to be able to parse the request so that we could get the cookies. And then we have a function to be able to connect to database, and we do this once our server is up and running. We have a port environment variable that we are using, and we are using another middleware where we just say if there is a request to API auth /me sign up, login, logout with the related methods, call the related functions, right? In this case, it was sign up, login, and logout, and this one is protected. So we add this function, and then this calls the next function if everything is successfully completed. If you take a look at it here, we got the request, response, and next, which we call it after we add this user field to the request. And then we call the getMe function, and in this case, we are calling the sign up. Let's take a look quickly. We are checking if email is valid, if username and email is not taken, if password is less than 6, we throw some errors, and we hash the password. I'll delete that comment, and once we have done this, we are generating a token and setting the cookie. We are creating the user in our database and send it as a response back to the client. Then same for the login. We just check if passwords match, okay, if it is correct or not, if username is correct or not, and we throw some generic error, and again create the token, send the response back, and in the logout destroy the cookie, and in the get me just get the user. So that was a lot of things if you're using this for the first time, but it is pretty basic if you are familiar with it. And we also created the user model, which was again super basic, and the only part was confusing might be this followers and following arrays. Again, that's just gonna make sense later once we add that. And with that in mind, let's go ahead and try to add a commit. I will add all of them to this staging area. And as for the commit message, I'll just say auth controllers added and prefix it with the current section number. Okay, so let's move on with the user controller functions. For this, first we need to create our routes. I will duplicate this one, where when we visit the API/users, we would like to call the user routes, which we need to import first. And even before that, we need to create it. So user.routes.js, and again, we need to say import express, and just create a router as always. Then just say export default this one, which we can grab it as user routes. from the user routes.js file. And I will put my routes here, my packages above, and my utility functions below that. Okay, with this, let's save, and we're gonna have, I think, 4 different methods or endpoints. I will just say router.get, where we would like to get the profile of a user. So it's gonna be slash profile slash the username. This is gonna be a dynamic value. So that could be like Bob Doe, Jane Doe, John Doe, whatever that is. So we'll just say username. And we're gonna have a controller function for this called get user profile. We're gonna create that. Then we're gonna have another method to be able to get the suggested users for the sidebar that we have seen in the demo. And I think we're gonna have 2 different methods. One for both of them are gonna be post methods, and this one will be to be able to follow users and unfollow them. So we're gonna pass the ID of the user, and we can just follow or unfollow a user. And lastly, we should be able to update our profile. So we'll just say update and update user profile. And all of these routes should be protected, right? Because if you're not authenticated, then you cannot update your profile, or you cannot follow a user, you cannot get user profile, and you cannot you cannot get suggested users, and you cannot get a user profile. And let's add .js at the end, and I think I'll just copy this and paste it before all these functions. Okay, let's start with the first one, where we would like to get the user profile. For this, we're going to create a controller called user controller.js. And let's say, first, let's save this. But before we need to create it, okay, export const get user profile and async request and response. And let's import this one. Now we should be able to create this function. So that's gonna have try catch, but even before that, let's try to get the username from the request.params, and that's how we would do it. We have some value that is dynamic, and we get that from the params. Then we say try catch. In the try, we say const user await user.find1, where the username matches, and we would like to deselect the password field. And we'll say if there is not user, just say user not found with 404, but else just return the user as a response. Now we're going to be using this when we visit a user profile. So in the profile page, we can see their name, username, their, let's say, members, like member since date, and number of followers following, that kind of thing. And that's why we're creating this function. And in the error case, we'll just say res.status of 500 JSON. Instead of message, let's just say error. We could just say error.message. And for debugging purposes, we could say console log error in get user profile and pass the error message to our console. So with this now, we should be able to get a user profile, which we are grabbing from the params and returning as a response back. And we could even delete this part and just make it one line like this. And let's see what's going to be our next function. We could add this in a bit because it is going to be looking a bit complicated or ugly. So let's just try to add follow and unfollow user first. I will copy the function name and shrink this one. Export const. We're gonna have try catch. In the catch, I think we could do the exact same thing what we have done above. So error in follow and unfollow user function, where we have 500 status code. Now this function will be a little bit more involved, but I think we're gonna get through this step by step. Let's import this function first, save this file, and then in the try, we'll just start to working. So in the try, let's first get the ID that we are passing as a param so that we know which user that we'd like to follow or unfollow. So we're gonna get this ID field, and it should be called as ID because that's how we called it, right? If we called it as IDX, that should be IDX as well. And then we're gonna get this from request.params. Now there are two different users that we'd like to modify, right? The user that we'd like to follow or unfollow, that's what we're gonna say user to modify. And we'll say await user find by ID their profile with this ID and the current user. So we could call it as me or current user as Copilot suggests, and I'll say await user find by ID request dot user dot underscore ID. This is that field that we have added in the protect route middleware, right? Then we're gonna just check if this user can follow himself or not. And actually we're not gonna let this happen. So we'll say if user, or maybe if ID is equal to request.user.underscore ID, then we'll just say return, I'll put curly braces so that we could see this in a better way. Return res.status of 400, you can't follow or unfollow yourself. This is not going to be a message, but let's just say it's going to be an error. And then let's just check if this user to modify or current user is found or not. So these are some boring checks, but it is nice to have them. We just say if none of them exists, just say user not found. Then this function will do follow or unfollow functionality, or it is just gonna do the both of them. So first we need to just check if we are following this user or not, and I'll say is following where current user dot following array includes the user ID that we would like to follow or unfollow, right? Now if we are following, we are going to unfollow, right? This will be unfollow the user, and in the else case we are gonna follow the user. And now let me just draw a diagram real quick. Now let's say we have two different users, John and Jane. The ID of John is 1 and ID of Jane is 2. Let's say John wants to follow the Jane. What's gonna happen is that Jane will gain a follower, which is John. So the ID of John will be added into the followers array of Jane. And since John now follows the Jane, the ID of Jane will be put into this array. And it is gonna happen the exact same thing when Jane wants to follow the John. John is gonna get a follower, which is Jane, right? The ID of Jane will be put here, and Jane now follows a user, which is a John. So we're gonna put the ID of John. And let's say Jane regret, he wants to unfollow. What's gonna happen is that John is not gonna have any followers, so we are gonna remove the ID of Jane, and now Jane don't follow anyone. We are gonna remove from the following array the ID of John. And like the concept is pretty basic, but let's say if we had a different user, the ID, let's say it is 3. So let's say we have Jenny with ID of 3. She also wants to follow the Jane. What's gonna happen is that Jane has now two different followers, which is John as well as Jenny. And now Jenny follows Jane. So it is gonna working in this way. And to be able to add an ID to an array, we'll use the push method from Mongoose. And to be able to remove this, we're gonna use the pull method. So with all that in mind, let's try to see this in action. So let's start with the follow user functionality. I'll just say await user find by ID and update. Now this is going to be the user that we'd like to follow. So we need to update the followers array. I'll just first pass the ID, and the field that we'd like to update is the followers array, where we'd like to push our ID of the current user, right? Then we'd like to update the current user object. So await user find by ID and update, which is this user, and we'd like to update the following array, where we're gonna add the ID of the user that we just followed. And once we follow a user, we would like to send a notification to that user, but more on that later. And now let's try to add the unfollow functionality. Again, this is going to be looking pretty similar. Find by ID and update, where we would like to pull from the followers array because we are just unfollowing them. And we're going to pull from the following array from the current user. And if we just unfollow, we don't want to send any notifications, but instead we would like to just say res.status of 200. Like we could just say message unfollowed successfully. And later I think we're gonna update this field where we'll just pass the user to modify underscore ID. But for now, let's just keep this message and let's try to test it out. Below this, in the else case, I will just say user followed successfully. And I think we could test it out now. Again, we're gonna go back into the Postman. I will zoom out a little bit. Under the not Auth, so we are done with the Auth actually. I will create another one. This collection will be, let's say, users. And we'd like to add a request, which is gonna be, a post method. I'll just say follow, and let's put our endpoint API users follow, and we need to pass a user ID. So let's first log in as, let's see. Okay, I'll just log in as John. We got some errors. Let's see. So as we can see, we forgot to add .js and in the user controller.js file. Let's go here. We always need to add this .js at the end, otherwise it is gonna crash. And let's try to log in. Okay, we are logged in as John. This is our ID. If we try to follow ourselves, it should say you cannot follow or unfollow yourself, but it didn't. Let's try to see why this is the case. In the follow unfollow user, okay, I think we need to say to string, because when we set this user ID into the request, this might be in the type of object, and if we just convert it to string, which is the same type with the params, it should work now. And if we just send this again, it is gonna say you cannot unfollow yourself. So let me just Control Z this so that we could unfollow ourselves. Then we cannot be able to follow or unfollow. Okay, so now if I just send this, it is gonna say you can't follow or unfollow yourself. Let's take a look at in the database. We have logged in as John, and John is not following anyone, right? And it don't have any following as well. Let's copy this one, which is the ID of Jane. I will paste it now. It is gonna say user followed successfully. Let's test it out. Now Jane should have that follower. There we go. Jane has a follower, which is the John, and John is following Jane. Let's try to unfollow. And let's refresh to see if it worked or not. And there we go. Now John is not following anyone. It is empty. And this user don't have any followers. It is empty as well. And that means everything is working fine. And we talked about the notifications. Let's just try to send it then. And to be able to send a notification, first we need to create a notification model. So I'll say notification model.js, and let's try to create it. First we need to get the mongoose, then we need to create a schema. So notification schema, and pass this. And again, I would like to have the timestamps just in case if we want to use it later. So I'll say timestamps will be true. And each notification will have a from field, to field, type in red, and let's just add all of them one by one. So this notification will be sent from a user, which will be type of mongoose schema types.object ID reference to the user model, and this is going to be required. Okay, we need to put a comma, and same is going to be for 2, and this is going to be reference to the user model. And now the type of notification, it is going to be type of string, and it is going to be required, but it is going to have 2 different values. And if you want to have some specific values, you would add enum, which could be a follow or like notification. Like there are things like comment, but we're not going to be adding them. At least I will not be doing that. If you want to, you could add at the end of the video. And if you watch this until the end, you should be able to have that ability to add it. And then the last field we would like to add is going to be read or read. We'll say type will be Boolean. By default, it is going to be false. And lastly, we would like to just create the model. Let's say mongoose.model and export default this one. And we're going to go back to our controller, and instead of sending this message, or actually let's just keep it, but before we do that, we'll just create a notification. So I'll say new notification and get this model, import it. Okay, and then we are going to say the type will be follow, and from is going to be request.user.id, and 2 is going to be this ID that we're getting as a prem, or we could say user to modify ._id. Just to make this code a little bit readable, I'll say user to modify _id. And then we are just going to save this to the database like this, new notification.save, and we're going to say user followed successfully. I'll just put a to do here where we need to just return the ID of the user as a response. So we are not gonna send this message, but we're gonna send the ID, and it is gonna be helpful when we use that in the client. And we're gonna do the same thing for this one, but for now, just it is fine to send this message. Later, we're gonna change that. And with that in place, let's try to follow this user as well. I mean, again, it says user followed successfully, and if we refresh our database, we should be able to get a notification. There we go. Under the notifications table or collection, we have a notification type of follow. Let me just zoom in. It is not read, and it is sent from this user to this one, and it is created just now. It is because we have used the timestamps true. We got the created at and updated at fields. Same happens for the users. We got those 2 fields because of the timestamps. And with that, we can move on with our next function. Let's see what's gonna be. Let's say get user profile. I mean the get suggested users. So this is the function name, get suggested users, and we need to create it first, but I will just close these so that it doesn't get any confusing. And then we could shrink this function, and we could say export const get suggested users. In the try and catch, first in the try, now before we write this function, we first want to exclude the current user from the suggested users array, because we don't really want to suggest ourselves in the sidebar, and we want to exclude the users that we already follow. And let's see how we can implement this. So we're going to get the user ID. This is going to be coming from request.user._id. Then we'll just say const users followed by me, and we're going to say await user find by ID. Here we'll just get the following array. We're going to be using this in a second, and before that we are going to just get some users. So I'll say users await, and for this we'll be using aggregate function. If you're seeing this for the first time, that's gonna look a little bit weird, but just bear with me, it is not that bad. So we're gonna just say match, where the _id field is not equal to the user ID. And after this object, we are gonna say give us sample size of 10. So we'd like to get 10 different users and not the authenticated user. Then we are gonna just filter some users out of it. So I'll say const filtered users, and we're basically just going to exclude the users followed by me. And this is a pretty basic function that I don't even need to explain. And const suggested users, and we're just gonna get, let's say, filtered users dot slice. We would like to just get 4 different values, and this suggested users will have the password, so we would like to just put it as null. So I'll just say suggested users, for each user password should be, let's say, null, and we'll say res.status of 200 and return the suggested users. And in the catch, we could just say error in suggested users and send it back. Now, why did we just get the first 4 values and we got 10 different values? Now, let's say this will return us 10 different users. So these are the IDs. And let's say these are the users that I already follow. They're going to be filtered out, and we only have this 6 different values. And from this, we just got 4 values. And I know this function could be written in a better way, but this will work in our case, and just feel free to optimize it and just change the logic a little bit. So with that in mind, I think this should be fine, and we should be able to import this one and just test it out. And our endpoint is suggested, which is a get method. I will go into the Postman, duplicate this one. So I am logged in as John, right? As far as I know, that should be the case. I'll just log in again. Okay, we are logged in as John, and I would like to get suggested users. We cannot get any because we only have one user in the database, which is Jane, and we are already following her. So if I try to unfollow, okay, we unfollowed the Jane. And if we try to get the suggested users, now we should be able to get her. And let's try to create different accounts in the database. In the body username, let's just say Bob. And I'll just say create this account. There we go. And let's create another one. So I have just put the values for Jenny, and there we go. So I put another value for Beth. Let's create this user as well, and let's try to suggest users now. Currently we can get only 1, but if we send again, we will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 different values. And if we follow any of them, they will be excluded from this array. And with this now, it looks like our suggested user endpoint is also working. And lastly, let's just try to add this update user profile controller. And even before that, I think I forgot to mention about this, where when we try to get the suggested users, we don't really get the password. It is set to null. It's because that's what we have done in this suggested controller, right? We just said for each user, set the password to be null, but this only affects in the response, so this doesn't update the database. So users still have their passwords with the actual value in the DB. And with that in mind, let's try to create this controller. And I think I'll just rename this to be update user. And I would like to create this now in this file. And let's try to import it. Okay, so this function is going to be a bit long, but let's try to do it step by step. So user wants to update their profile. So they are going to pass us some values such as full name, email, username, and if they want to update their password, they first need to pass the current password for some security checks. Then they should pass the new password, and they might want to update their bio as well as the link. Then we're gonna get them from the request.body, and they also might want to update their profile image and cover image, and for this we're gonna get it as let, and we will see why. For now, let's just get them like this, because we're gonna reassign these values later in this function. Then we want to get the ID of this current user, so we're gonna get that from the request, and we're gonna have try and catch. In the try, let's just check if we have this user or not. So I'll say const user find by ID, where we pass the ID, and if this is not found, we're gonna return 404. And now we need to check if they passed both of the passwords, right? If they pass the current password and not the new password, then we should return an error, and vice versa. So I will just say if, and open up this to parentheses and put both of them here. So we'll just say if there is not new password and there is current password, or vice versa. So we don't have the current password, but we have the new password. So we could just return an error that says, please provide both the current password and the new password. But if, let's just scroll a little bit, but if we have the current password and new password, then we'd like to actually try to update. But again, still we need to have some if checks. First, we're gonna check if current password is correct or not. So I'll say const is match, where we'll be using bcrypt. So I'll say bcrypt, and let's import that. And again, I just want to call this as bcrypt and not bcrypt.js. So it's just preference if you want to leave it like this and put the name here as well. So we'll use the compare method, and here we'll just compare the current password with the password that we have in the database. So this is the one that user passed from that form, and this is the actual password user has in the database. If it does not match, we'll just say current password is not valid. So I will just change this auto suggestion, where I'll just say current password is incorrect. And after this, we could have another if check, where we'll just say if new password.length is less than 6, we would like to just return res.status of 400, and we'll just say it must be longer than 6 characters, or at least 6 characters. But if we pass all of these, then we could actually update the password, and we want to hash it. Again, we're going to create a salt bcrypt gensalt. The number that we have used is 10, so we'll just say user.password and await bcrypt.hash the new password with the salt that we have just created. So that was our if check to be able to update the password. And let's say user also wants to update their profile image. So we'll say if profile image is being provided, we'll click to update it. And we're going to do the same thing for the cover image. So we'll say if user passed the cover image, we'll click to update it for them. And to be able to update an image or store an image, we'll be using Cloudinary, and we have installed that package. And before we write any code, we need to create a Cloudinary account. So head over to the cloudinary.com and then just create an account for free. It has a generous free tier that we could use. And once you sign up and log in, they're gonna take you to this programmable media, and you can go into the dashboard where you can see a cloud name, API key, and API secret, which we will copy all of them one by one and then pass it as an environment variable. So I will go into my .env file, and I will just say Cloudinary cloud name and pass my value. Then I will create two different ones. So this is going to be Cloudinary API key as well as the API secret. And let's get those values. So as far as I know, these values could be public, but you should keep this as a secret. Now you can see my values, but don't try to use it because I will delete them after I publish this video. And once we have done this, let's save this file. Then we're going to go into the server.js where we need to configure our Cloudinary account. So after this .env config, I'll just say cloudinary.config, and first we need to get this function where I'll just say import v2 from Cloudinary. So we should say v2.config, but this is not really readable. So I'll just rename this as Cloudinary. And I'll just say Cloudinary.config and pass an object where we have the cloud name. We are getting that from the environment variable that we have just created, and same for the API key as well as the API secret. Just make sure that your values match. So it should be exactly like this. So I will copy it just to make sure and paste it one by one. Okay. So with this, now we have connected our Cloudinary account and we can now upload and delete images. We are going to save this file and we're going to go into the user controller. So first thing that we would like to do is just upload an image where they want to update it, right? So we'll say await and Cloudinary. Again, we need to import this one at the very top. I'll put the models here like this. Then my packages. I'll say import v2 as Cloudinary from that package. And I'll just say await Cloudinary.uploader.upload, and we're gonna just pass the profile image. You could also pass options, but I will skip that. Then we are just gonna say the profile image will be equal to, this is gonna give us a response. So uploaded response, and we're gonna take this, and from that there is a field called secure URL, and this is gonna be the uploaded result. And we're gonna do the same thing for the cover image where we're gonna have this part uploaded response, and it is gonna be equal to this right hand side, and we're gonna pass this cover image that user pass. And once we have done this, we're gonna say cover image will be equal to the response.secure URL. And with this, now we have updated the profile image as well as the cover image. But now we also need to add these fields to the database. So they have just been added to the Cloudinary, and we're going to update the user profile. So first, let's just update the full name. So we're going to say if user passed a full name, we're going to take that. If not, we're going to just keep the default value that we have in the database, right? So this is the one that we're getting from the request.body. And we're going to do the same thing for email. We're going to just either update it or keep the one that we have in the database. So user.username and profile image, bio, link, and the cover image. And once we have reassigned all these values, we're going to just save this to the database. So I'll say await user.save, and we'll say return. I'll just scroll a little bit and return this as a response to the client, but we don't want to pass the password. So I'll just say user.password should be null. And this is not going to update the database because after this, we don't say await user.save. So this is just going to update in the request or the response, I'm sorry. So as a comment, I'll just say password should be null in the response. Now this is fine and this is going to work as expected, but we have some optimization issues in these two parts. And The reason is, let's say user has a profile image already and they want to change that with a new one. We are uploading the new one to the Cloudinary, but we don't delete the old one. We need to delete that so that we don't use our free storage that we have. Otherwise, our free plan will expire. And this is how we're going to be doing that. We'll say if user already have a profile image, then we would like to just destroy it in our Cloudinary account. And once we destroy that, we're going to upload the new image. And we'll say await Cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy. And now this looks a bit weird, but let me just explain. So this is an image that I have uploaded to Cloudinary, which is a WhatsApp clone, WhatsApp logo. So this is going to be the URL that you have in the Cloudinary. And if you want to destroy an image, basically it means to delete an image, you need to get the ID of the image, which is this one. And to be able to do this, we will say user.profile image, which is this string that we have, and we're gonna split it with the hash, okay? Slash. So it is gonna just split all these values, and we would like to get the latest one. So we are just gonna say pop. This is an array method that gives you the last value. Then we'll just say split this also from the dot. So we'll say split and get the first one, which is the ID of the image. And with the help of this line, we are able to delete the old image from the Cloudinary account, and then we are able to just upload the new one. So we're going to do the exact same thing for this one. We'll say if there is already a cover image, just destroy it, then try to upload the new one. So with this, I think this function should be done. Let's try to test it out in Postman. And unfortunately, now in this section, I am not able to demo this cover image and profile image uploads, but we're going to do that later in the front end part when we connect both of them. But just know that these two functions are working and they are even optimized. Let's go ahead and create another, let's duplicate this one, another request. So that's going to be update profile, post method, and the URL was API users. I think it was update. Yes, and then let's log in first. So I will log in as John. And let's say I want to update my email. I will go here and in the body, I'll say my email will be john@gmail.com. So previously it was John Doe and at email.com. Now it is at gmail.com and it is John. Let's send that. And okay, we are not getting any response. Let's see in the console. So after we have done that, in the catch we didn't return anything. Let's just add that as well. Probably something went wrong, and I will send this again. Assignment to constant variable. Let's see what we have done. Okay, we should call this user to be let because we are updating them here. Here in this part. I will save and I'll just test it out again where I just let's see. So in the body we are updating the email field, and there we go. Now email has been updated to this value, and let's double check that in the database. I will refresh, and here I can see this is the new email. Let's try to update the password as well. I'll say password, and I will make this, so previously it was 1 2 3 4. Now I would like to make it 5 6, and we need to pass actually current password. So that was the current password that we have. Now we would like to add the new password, If we don't add this, let's see what's gonna happen. It says please provide both the current and the new password. I'll just say new password is gonna be 123. It should say something like the length should be at least 6. There we go. And if we say 5, 4, 5, 6, and if we pass the wrong password, so let's say we put something like this, it is gonna say current password is incorrect. So everything is working fine, and let's update it to be this new value. And there we go. Now our so to say password has been updated. Let's try to log in with the old password. It is gonna say invalid username or password, but if we put the correct one, it should log us in. And we could also add things like bio, and I'll just remove this one for now. I'll say bio, I am John Doe, and a link. I'll just say johndoe.com. If we just add them, it's going to update, and let's see in the database. Now John Doe has its bio as well as the link. And with that, I think that's gonna be it for this user controller, where we could save our requests and just close our files and add a commit. So we are still in the first section where we just added user routes and controllers. And next we'd like to add our post controllers. But before that, we need to add a post model. And I'll just zoom in a little bit. So first we need to import the mongoose and create our schema. So I'll say const post schema and just pass my first object as well as the timestamps so that I can see the create that for a post. Now each post will have a user, right? It is gonna be the posted by. I will call it as user, and this is gonna be again a type of object ID, which we're gonna reference it to the user model. And we're gonna say this is gonna be required. And we need to put a comma here. Then each post will have a text. I mean, this is gonna be optional. So either it's gonna have a text or an image. Then we'll just say it is gonna have an image, again, type of string, and it is not required. Then posts will have some likes. So it's gonna be an array of references to the user model. So we'll just say type will be object ID reference to the user model. Then each post will have some comments, right? Again, it is going to be an array where each comment could have a text. So I'll just say text. It is going to be type of string, and this text field will be required for a comment. Then a user we're going to pass so that we know who posted that comment. And it's gonna be type of object ID, ref of user, and required. With that, we have our post model. I mean the schema. Let's create a model out of it. So I'll say const post and mongoose.model post schema, then export default this one. Now we need to go into the server.js and add one more route, which is gonna be API posts, and import the post routes, which we need to import it from here. And first we need to create that under the routes. As always, we're gonna get the express and the router, then just say export default that one. And we could save this file and then this one. Now we're gonna put our routes or our methods. I'll just first start with the post method, where we would like to just create a post. And this is gonna be protected route. So only the users that have authenticated can create post. And don't forget to add this .js at the end. Then we're gonna call the create post function. Then let's create another one for delete. So when we just hit API posts with a delete method, we're gonna call the delete post function, and let's create two more maybe below this post. They're gonna be like and the ID of the post that we'd like to like, say like post, and maybe unlike as well. So like, unlike post, and then comment on a post. I'll say comment and ID of the post that you'd like to comment to. We'll just say comment on post, and let's just go one by one. First, we need to create this one under the post controllers. So I'll just import this function. And then here we would like to have a try catch. We would like to get the text and image from the request.body. And again, we need to make this image to be let, because I think we're going to reassign this. And we need to get the user ID. So I'll say user ID request.user underscore ID, and let's convert it to a string. And first we could just check if this user exists or not. Find by ID, user ID, and if there is not user, let's just say 404 user not found, and get this user model and add the extension at the end. Now we are gonna say if there is no text and there is no image, let me just give a bit space. We're just gonna return an error that says post must have a text or image with the status code of 400. Then if we pass all those if checks, we'll just say const new post, and let's call the post model, where our post is gonna have the user. So we're gonna pass the user ID, which is the currently authenticated one, and then the text as well as the image. And then we will just need to save this to the database, and lastly return it as a response back with 201, which says created. And in the catch case, we could just console log an error as well as returning a 500 error, just to make user know that there is something crashed in the server. But I think we forgot to upload the image to Cloudinary. So after we pass these checks, we are just gonna say if there is an image, we would like to just upload it, right? So I'll say const uploaded response. First we need to import the Cloudinary. So we have a suggestion v2 as Cloudinary uploader.upload the image. And we're gonna reassign this image. That's why we have called it as a let. We're gonna get the secure URL out of it. And with this now, this function should be completed, and we could make this console log a little bit better. We'll say error in create post controller, and here we could maybe just say internal server error. Okay, with this, let's save and try to test it out in Postman. I will create another collection. I'll say duplicate this one, and let's say posts. We would like to delete this one as well as this, and we'll say create post, and our endpoint is going to be posts create, and we don't need to pass any IDs. And let's try to add a body. So we were accepting a text, let's say my first post, and we could skip the image for now. Let's just send it, and there we go, post has been created. And let's take a look at the database. So if I just refresh, we should be able to see some posts collection. There we go, and we should have our first post. It doesn't have any likes or comments, but we're gonna get there. And here we can also see there is no image because we didn't pass. Let's try to pass it. So I'll say image url.com, And if we just refresh this, we should be able to get that. So we didn't get that. Let's see what we have done. Okay, it says internal server error. Let's see what we have in the console. I'll just open up my terminal. So it says post routes. So it says imageurl.com is not found. What does that mean? Let me just take a look. So we are sending an image, which we get that from the request.body. Oh, okay, so this is some error that we got from Cloudinary, and yeah, obviously this is not gonna work for now, but it's gonna work when we add the client part. So in the React application, it is gonna work. For now, if we just add our second post, it should also work. And again, we're just gonna get that to that, let's say, Cloudinary image part in the client. We have our second post as well. Let's try to add our second controller, and it is gonna be here. Let's say delete post, and let's close these files so that they don't get distracting. And you'd like to create the delete post. I will shrink this one and create this one. Let's import it and save this one. Now here again, we're gonna have try catch, and first we'd like to get the post. I'll say const post, where we'll just say await post dot find by id, and we're gonna pass request dot params dot id, because this is the id that we are passing to be able to delete a post. So we forgot to add it, but it should be looking like this. Okay, save this file now, and we're just gonna say if there is not post, just return 404. And let's just first check if we are the owner of the post. We'll say if post.user.toString, because this was an ID. If it is not equal to the currently authenticated user, we'll just say you're not authorized to delete this post. And we'll say if post has an image, we would like to delete that from the Cloudinary account. And again, we need to call that destroy method. So first, let's get the image ID. So post.image.split with the slash, and we're gonna get the latest one, and we're gonna split it from the dot and get the first one. Then we'll just say await Cloudinary uploader.destroy this image. So we have deleted that from the Cloudinary, and now it is time to delete this document from the MongoDB. We'll say await post.find by id and delete, where we'll just pass the ID of the post. And we could say res.status post deleted successfully, and console.log in the catch error in delete post controller, and we'll just say internal server error. So I will save this one, and I would like to get the ID of this post. And if we just refresh now, we should be able to see the second post, because we have created that one. Okay, second post and first post. I got the ID of this one, right? I will just try to delete it now. So I will duplicate this one. I will make this to be a delete method, and I'll say delete post. And our endpoint will be API posts. If we just send the ID with the delete method, we should be able to delete that. Post deleted successfully. Let's refresh and just double check. And there we go. The first post has been deleted. Now let's try to add a comment to a post. Save this one. And we're gonna go here, uncomment this, which is a post method. We'd like to create this function. So I'll just say export const comment on post and import it here. And this is going to be relatively easy. Again, we'll have a try catch. In the try, let's get the text from the request.body, and then the post ID from the request.params, and then the user ID from the request.user. And I think we don't need to make it a string. So if there is not text, we'll just say text field is required, like this, with a 400 status code. And let's just check if this post is in the DB or not. So await post dot find by ID, and we'll just pass the post ID. If not, we'll just say 404 post not found. But in the else case, we are just gonna try to create that comment where we have a user field, which is gonna be the user ID, and then the text itself. We'll say post dot comments array should get this comment, so push the comment into it, then just save it to the database. And res.status of maybe 200, because we just updated instead of creating a new document. And in the catch case, I'll just say console log error in comment on post and internal server error. Let's save and let's try to test it out. I will just duplicate this one, and I'll say comment. It's gonna be post method API posts comment, and then the post ID. Let's get the ID of this one. Currently, it don't have any comments. The array is empty. So in the body, I'll just say the text. This is my first comment, and we need to pass the ID of the post, and let's send it. Okay, comment has been created. Let's just refresh and see. So there is a one comment, which is an object text. It is this one, and the user that commented, we got the ID of that user. And there's also the ID of the comment. And this ID is created by MongoDB by default. And now let's add the like functionality. So I will save this request and close that. Uncomment this where we have this function. Let's create it. And import it into this file. So now this function is going to handle the like and unlike functionality at once. And how is this going to work? Let's just quickly see this on a diagram. So we have a user, John, and this is his ID. And we have a post, and this is the ID of the post. When user wants to like this post, we are going to add the ID of this user to the likes array. So we're going to just put that with the push method that is coming from Mongoose. And if he wants to unlike that, again, it is going to send a request to this function or the endpoint. We're just going to remove this ID with the help of pull function or method, whatever that is. And also when we like the post, we are going to create a notification and send it to a user. And that user is going to be the creator of this one. So it is going to be looking like John has liked your post. So with that in mind, let's try to write this function. So in the function, let's say try catch, and first let's get the user ID, request.user._ID, and let's get the post ID, which we are passing from the params, right? This is the post ID, and I would like to just rename this to be post ID just to make our code a little bit more readable. Then I will get the post. So post.find by ID and pass the post ID. And if post is not found, we'll just return 404. And first we need to check if user liked this post already, right? I'll say post.likes includes the ID of the current user. If so, that means we would like to unlike this, but else we would like to like the post, right? So user already liked the post, we would like to unlike it, and let's just say wait, maybe I could put a comment unlike post. So await post.update 1, where the underscore ID field is equal to the post ID, and we would like to call the pull from the likes array. We would like to remove the user ID, and we're gonna just say res.status of 200, where we could just say post unliked successfully, and we don't need to send any notifications. But if we like the post, then we'll like to just send a notification. So we'll say post.likes.push the ID of the current user and save this to the database, and then we'll like to create the notification. So I'll just scroll a little bit, notification, and that's going to be new notification, and let's call this model. We just imported that, and make sure you have the .js at the end, which is going to take an object from this user ID to this post.user, the owner of the post, and the type is either could be like or follow, because that's what we have done in the, let's say, post model file, right? We said that, I'm sorry, in the notification model. So we said that it is going to be enum type, follow, or like type. And we had the from, to, and red field. By default, this is going to be false, so we don't need to indicate that one. And we're going to say await notification.save and just send a response back to the client. And lastly, in the catch, I'll just save to get this formatting, then error in this controller, and then the internal server error. So with this, let's save and test it out. I am going to just first get the ID of this post, and I'll try to like it. Currently, it don't have any likes. I will duplicate this one. It's going to be a post method. Let's say like, unlike. Okay, we're going to just pass the ID of the post. And if I just send this, it says post liked successfully, and it should create a notification as well. Let's just double check it. So this post have, this post has a like, and let's see, now we should have that like notification that has just been created, and it is sent from this user to this one. And let's try to unlike this. Okay, it also worked, and if we take a look at the posts, it doesn't have any likes. So when you unlike, you could delete the notification, but I think I'll not do that. We'll just leave that notification be there. And since all of these routes are protected, if we log out, now we don't have any cookie. And if we try to like, comment, delete, we're just gonna get this error where it says unauthorized because we are not providing any token. So that was just something to keep in mind. And the other function that we'd like to add, I think, is gonna be get all posts. So here I'll say router .get /all, and this is also going to be a protected route. Then we're going to just call the get all posts controller. So let's go ahead and shrink this one as well and create the function like this: export const get all posts, which will have a try catch. In the try, we'll like to get posts, and we'll say await post.find. If we just call it like this, this is going to give you all posts in the database, and we'd like to sort this with the create that field. If we just put -1, it is going to give us the latest post at the top, so just like a social media application. But now if we get it like this, we have some kind of problems, and we're going to see that. Let's say if posts.length is equal to 0, which means this is an empty array, we'll just say return res.status. Instead of 400, I'll just return success, but I'll just return an empty array, right? Because we don't have any posts in the database. And we'll say res.status of 200 JSON posts. And in the catch, let's add this classic console log as well as the response. Let's save, and we would like to create another request. Let's duplicate this one. This is going to be a get method to all, and we would like to say get all posts. And if we just try to send this now, we couldn't get a response. Let's see. Get all posts is not defined because we forgot to import this one. And I think we also need to log in. Let's try to see. I will log in as John. Okay, now we can get all posts. So these are the posts that we have in the database. But now the problem that we have, we don't really know the creator of this post. We know that it has an ID, but what if we want to get the username, the full name or profile image? So we have no idea about this. And for this, we'll be using a method called populate. And let me just show an example real quick. So let's say we fetch this user profile where we just get the posts, but we don't know the full name of that user or the username, the profile image. The only thing that we have is this user ID, and currently we cannot see any of these fields. And for this, we'll be using the populate method so that it could give us the profile image, full name, username, and any other information about this user document. And we're gonna go into our controller where we have just function. At the end, we'll say populate the user. And with the help of this, now we are able to just get the username. And as I said, like all the fields that this user document has. And let's save and just test it out again. So previously we only got the ID for a post. If we just send it again, now under the user object, we have every single field, and we could remove the password from here. So let's say post.controller select minus password, it is here. And if we just send this again, now hopefully it should work, but it is not gonna work. We can still see the password. It is because if you are using the populate and if you want to remove some sensitive information, you need to use in a different way. So instead of doing it like this, we're gonna pass an object where we'll just say the path is gonna be the user, and we would like to just deselect the password. So let's say select and minus password. And with this now, hopefully this should work. I'll just send another request. And there we go. Now we don't see the password. And we would like to also get the information for the comments, right? We can see the user ID, but we'd like to see the username and profile image, full name for a user so that we could show that in the comment section in our React application. And it is going to be pretty similar. We will just put another populate. So I'll go below and I'll say populate. And the path is going to be comments.user because this is what we have. Under the comments, we would like to populate the user. And we would like to deselect the password. Let's save, and it is gonna first just fetch the user profile and remove the password from here. And if you want to, you could also remove the email and any other fields. And now I hope you're able to see the advantage of using this populate method, where we just not only get the reference but the entire document so that we could use them in our client. And I will just talk about this once we add that to our React application and just render the comment sections as well as the user information for a post, just like I have shown here. So we will fetch the post and show these informations about the user. Now, the next controller that we would like to add is gonna be for this likes. Let's say we visit a user profile and we would like to see the post that they have liked. And to be able to achieve this, we need to update our user model. Let's go and just add one small field. And I didn't add this until now so that it doesn't get any complicated. So we are gonna have liked posts array. And again, each post or each document will be a reference to the post model. So we'll just say type will be mongoose.objectID and reference to the post collection or post documents. Then by default, this user will not have any liked posts because when they first sign up, they didn't liked any posts. And we'll like to update this array whenever they like or unlike a post. And it is going to be under this if and else checks. So we have updated the post, the number of likes that it has. And now we would like to update the user model. So user.update1, where we're going to pass the ID of this current user, and we're going to remove the post ID from the liked posts array of this user. And we're going to just push it into it when we like the post. So I'll say await user.update1 and just push the ID of this post into that like post array. And with this now, whenever we like or unlike a post, it is going to update this like post array in the user document. And let's create that route where we could just get liked posts. So I'll say get likes of an user, where we'll just pass the user ID. And for the function name, I'll just say get liked posts. And let's create this one at the very bottom. And let's import it. And maybe we want to shrink this one as well. Okay, so we're gonna have, even before the try, we could just get the user ID from the params request.params.id. Then we're gonna have the try and catch. In the try, let's just first find the user by ID. So const user await user.find by ID, and if there is not user, just say 404 user not found, and we need to find all posts that this user has liked. So I'll say const like posts, and we'll say await post.find, and we need to pass an object underscore ID. This is gonna be the post ID, and in user.liked posts array. So if the user liked post array includes this post ID, then we're gonna get that. And again, we would like to just populate the user field so that we could show the username and full name, that kind of thing. And I think we need to do the same thing for the comments. And we're just gonna deselect the password. And after this, we're gonna say res.status 200 and the like posts. And in the catch, let's just put something classic. Okay, with this, that should be fine. Let's try to call this function. I'll first create another request. Get like posts, and this is gonna be our endpoint. So likes, and we're gonna pass the user ID. Let's get one from our database. Now let's first get the ID of John. We need to paste this, but let's just like a post by John. Okay, I will log in as John. I think I have already done this, but I'll just make sure. And then I will like a post from this account. Let's go into the posts, and I will like this second post that we have. So I will pass this ID like that. Okay, now if we try to get like posts of John, there we go. Now we can see, so this is the post ID, this is the user that has liked that post. We cannot see the password, and like the text of this post, number of likes, and the comments. And with this, that's gonna be it for this function as well. Now we need to add 2 more functions, and that's gonna be it for the post controllers. Now I'll just duplicate this one, and instead of getting all posts, we are just gonna get the posts of the users that we follow. And it's needed to be able to just switch from this tab to this one. When we're here, we're just gonna see all posts in the database, And when we click to this, we're just gonna see the posts of the users that we follow. And that's why we need this endpoint. So I'll just say get following posts, and let's create this function. I'll just say export const and just initialize the function. Then one try catch. In the try, we would like to get the user ID. So this is going to be the currently authenticated user, and let's just check if we have this user or not. If not, 404. But if we pass this if check, let's just get the following array of this user. So I'll say user.following, and then we'll say const feed posts, or maybe the following posts, however you would like to call it. Await post.find, where this user, the following array is included in this user field in the post. And we would like to just sort this with the create field so that we could get the latest post at the top, and we would like to populate this user field as well as the comments. So here I'll just say populate the comments and just deselect the password as well. And we would like to just say res.status of 200, return this as a response, then just catch the errors. Now with this, that should be it for this function. Let's import it, and we could test it out, this one as well. I will duplicate it. So our endpoint was posts following, and we don't need to pass anything. And let's call this as get following posts. And if we just send the request, now we don't get anything because we are not following anyone, I think. Right, let's just double check. John shouldn't be following anyone at this point. Okay, there we can see he is not following anyone. So let's go ahead and follow. Okay, I was going to take the ID of Jane. So here we would like to just follow this ID, and now it says user followed successfully, and I think Jane don't have any posts. We need to create a post by Jane. First, let's log in as a Jane. Okay, we are logged in, and let's create a post. I'll say post by Jane, and let's log in as a John now. So I know this looks a bit complicated, but I'm just trying to show you guys if it is working or not. So now that we are following Jane and Jane has a post, if we want to get the post of the user that we follow, we should be able to get that post where it says post by Jane. And now we just double check that that function is also working that we have just created. It is this one. And the last function that we need is to get post of a user. So let's close all of these. And then in the post routes, we are just going to create one last get method where we'll just say get the user posts, and we're going to pass the username as the param, and we'll say get user posts, and let's create this function. I'll just only get the try catch, or maybe just leave it like this and import that one and save this file. And this is going to be pretty similar. So we'll have a try catch, and in the try we could get the username from the params. We can get the user just to check if we have it or not in the database. If not, we're just gonna return an error, and we're gonna get the posts of this user. So post find where the user field of this post is equal to the ID of this user, and we're gonna sort that And let's just populate the fields as well in case we need them. And then res.status, just return that back. In the catch, handle the errors, and hopefully that should be it for it. Let's test it out one last time. Under the posts, duplicate this one. So I'll just call it as get user posts, and it was, let's see, the route, user, and username. So posts, user, and let's say Jane Doe. We should be able to get all of the posts of Jane. She only has one post, and let's say John Doe. We should also get a post. There we go. This is the text field of the post. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the posts, controllers, and routes. Let's just commit our changes. I'll just close all these and then shrink this one, add all of them to the staging area, and just put a commit message. And this is my commit message. With this, I will see you in the next controller. Okay, so we're gonna build the very last route and controller under this backend folder, which is gonna be for the notifications. And just before we build that, I just realized I forgot to test out something in the Postman in the previous sections. So I think it's been more than 1 hour in the video. So we have added this endpoint for users, right? Let's just see in the Postman, we have tested out the follow functionality or the endpoint. We have tested out the update profile as well as the get suggested users. But I forgot to just test out this one, and I just want to show you guys that it is actually working. So I'll just create another request and just test this out. So I'll just say get user profile, and let's see what is going to be our endpoint. So it is profile and then the username. So I think I'll just get this one under the users, let's say profile of John Doe. And if you just send a request, there we go. Now we can get the profile of this user. We could just see every single information that it has. So that was just something that I wanted to double check. This endpoint is actually working. And the other thing that I just want to update is this naming that we have created under the routes. So if we take a look at under the controllers and models, we just call them as controller.js and model.js. But here we're just calling them as routes. So I just want to be consistent in this project, and I'll just make this to be singular as well. So I'll just delete the s at the end, and I'll just do the same thing for this one and for this. Now we need to update the import statement, and we're only using this import in this server.js. So I'll just go ahead and delete this one, this, and then this. Now if you just press Control space, you should be able to see this import. And with this, let's save and just add a quick commit. I'll just add all of them to the staging area. And as for the commit message, I just said update route files and paths. So with that in mind, let's commit this, and it is time to build our very last route, which is going to be notifications, right? So under API/notifications, we're going to build the notification. We're going to build the notification routes. Now we need to import this one, right? Let's go above and just import that from this file, and we need to create that first. Under the routes, I think I'll just copy the name. Oops. Okay, I did a mistake. Let's just type it then. Notification.route.js. And as always, we need to import the express, then create a router, then just export default that one. And now hopefully this should be working. Let's just double check, and here it is. So we're gonna save this file and close that, and we're gonna have two different endpoints, which is gonna be to get all notifications, which I'll just put /, and we're gonna protect this route first. So I'll say protect route, which we're gonna import that. Then we're gonna just call the get notifications controller. Let's try to import this one. We don't get the suggestion, so let's just do it manually. So it is coming from this middleware folder and then from this file, and don't forget to add the extension at the end. Now we're going to create this function in the controllers, and then we're going to have the delete method, which we're just going to call let's say delete notifications. And let's create these two functions under this controllers. So we'll say notification dot controller dot JS. So export const, and we're just going to get the function names, right? Create a controller for this and delete notifications. And let's import them. And make sure you have the .js at the end. With that, now we should be able to just build these functions. So at this point, it should be pretty straightforward to build these functions because we have built a lot of ones. So because we have built a lot of different controllers. So let's just get the user ID from the request.user ID. Then we're going to first get the notifications from the database. But we're going to get the notifications that is sent to this user. Okay, so const notifications. We're going to say await notification.find, and we had a field called to, right? And if it match with the user ID, then just get all the notifications for that user, and we'll like to just populate the path, which is going to be the from. And let's just type this down. So path is going to be the from path. Then we're just going to select the, let's say, maybe username, and that should be under a string, and profile image. It is because when we fetch the notifications, we would like to show the username and the profile image for that user. So which user liked our profile and which user followed us, right? And it is going to be that from field. If we don't pass this, then we're just going to get the ID of that user. And that was something that I have explained previously. Then we're going to say await notification, and I think we forgot to import this model, and it doesn't import. Okay, we need to add the .js at the end, and we'll just say update. Now we need to update the notifications as well, because if we call this function, that means we read these notifications, right? So we need to update that field. So we'll just say update many, and the ones that we'll just update the notifications that are sent to us, and we're going to update the field called red, and by default it was false. Now it's going to be true, and I'll just say res.status of 200 and just send the notifications. And in the error, that's going to just be pretty classic that we have done previously. One console log to debugging purposes, and then the internal error. And let's just delete every notification as well. This is going to be again pretty basic. So we're going to get the user ID again, and we'll just say await notification delete many, and we're going to delete those that are sent to us. And we'll just say res.status with a message, notifications deleted successfully. And for the catch, it's going to be the same. Now we can just save this file and maybe test it out in the Postman. We had the users, posts, and auth collections. Let's create one last time. That's going to be notifications. And we're going to have two different requests, one delete and one get. So I'll just say get all, and then let's create another one. I'll maybe just duplicate this one, and that should be delete. Let's say delete all. Okay, what's going to be our endpoint? Let's just quickly remember, it is just the root route. Okay, I'll say HTTP and just get one of them, notifications, and it should be just like this, right? We couldn't even delete that one, and let's just send that. We should be able to get two different notifications, I think, right? One like, and the other one is, oh, okay, so it is also like, but I think we also had one follow notification. Let's just see if I am wrong or not. Oh, okay, so as you can see, like we have 4 different notifications, but we are only getting the notifications that are sent to us, right? And it's because we are just getting them depending on these 2 fields. And I believe we have created these notifications for Jane or maybe for John. I don't know which user we are logged in, but like you get the point. So we only got the notifications that are sent to us. And let's just say delete those notifications. So I'll copy the endpoint and then just paste it. Now, if we just send this request, it should only delete 2 notifications because that's what we have for this user. And there you go, notifications deleted successfully. Let's refresh and we should be able to have only 2 documents left. Currently we have 4. And let's see, there we go, we just have 2 documents which are the type of follow. Let's just even double check that. I mean, just test it out, not double check, we already double checked that. Under the login, okay, okay, so we are logged in as John. Let's try to log in as Jane and just try to get all notifications. And there we go, now we got the type of follow. Those are the notifications that we have created for Jane. And let's delete those notifications as well. And now we shouldn't have any notifications in the DB. And as we can see, this collection is completely empty now. And I think we have just completed every single routes and controllers for the backend part. And so like at this point, if you want to add more controllers, you could definitely do it, such as delete just 1 notification. And let's just try to do it, but I'm not going to include it to the application, so I'll just do it to give you some insights. So let's say you just want to delete 1 notification, and to be able to delete that notification you need to pass an ID, right? And let's create this function. You would import that one. So we're just gonna go here and let's say export const, and I'll just scroll a little bit. So delete notification. So everything that you have learned from this video up until now, you should be able to build it. So try catch. Let's just watch my solution, and if you want to, just pause the video and try this out. And I'll just say const notification ID, which I'm gonna get that from the request.params.id, right? And then I need to get the currently authenticated user's ID. Then I just want to get the notification. So I'll say const notification, and I'm just gonna find that. Let's say find by ID, and I'm just gonna pass the notification ID, and we could just add some boring checks, such as if notification is not found, just return 404, and just check if maybe are you authorized to delete this post or not. And to be able to do that, we need to just compare the IDs, right? I'll say if notification.to.string. So this is the user that got the notification. If you are the owner of the notification, so we're just gonna say, I mean, if you are not the owner, then we're just gonna return an error, right? So we'll say user.id to string, and we could just get this error where we just say you are not allowed to delete this notification. And for like 403 means unauthorized. But if we just pass all those if checks, we're just gonna say await notification, and I'll just scroll a little bit. So notification find by ID and just delete, and we're gonna pass the notification ID. Then we'll just say res.status notification deleted successfully. And for the catch, we could just do the same thing. And with this, now there you go, now you have the function to be able to just delete 1 notification. But as I said, I'm not gonna keep this one because I just don't want to implement this. And if you want to, you could definitely do that after you complete this video. And I'll just delete this imports, and that's gonna be for the notification route and controllers. I think we have completed everything for this backend part. We just had a 1 to do, right? We're gonna update that, but it is just 1 line. We're gonna update the response both here and then here. And other than this, I think we are never gonna visit this backend until we deploy our application. And if there are anything that we are missing, we could just come back and update. So with all that in mind, let's commit our changes. let's add all of them. So if you click the one of them, it is just going to add that specific file to the staging area. So you could either do one by one or just press that one and it's going to stage all changes. And I'll just add a commit message. And this is my commit message where we just added notification routes and controllers. And we are in the first section, but hopefully next we are going to build the UI, which is going to be the second section. So accidentally I stopped recording, but basically behind the scenes I just clicked that commit button, and with that now we have completed the entire backend part, and next we're gonna build the UI design. So let's take a bit break and then we'll just continue with the video. Okay, now we are gonna build the UI design, and for this we need to head over to the front end folder. And even before that, we just need to decide which option do we want to go with. Do we want to write all those CSS classes and components by ourselves and waste more than 2 hours? Or do we just want to complete this UI design as quickly as possible? Well, obviously, we'd like to go with this option so that we don't get bored writing those CSS classes, which is not something that we are interested in for this tutorial. We are here to focus on the full stack content and just don't spend more than 2 hours on UI. And to be able to do this, we are just gonna take a look at this guide that I have prepared. So everything will make sense in a way that we're just gonna copy and paste step by step, and I'll just try to explain every single component. But basically you could see there isn't anything complex, where we just have some React states as well as like markup and Tailwind CSS classes. So this is the reason behind this, why we're just selecting this option and copying and pasting some code which doesn't require any logic. And with that in mind, now before we do anything else, just go under this front end folder and you can find this repo in the description, where you're gonna find this public folder. And here we have some avatars. Let's just take a look at them. So there are 6 different options or images we're going to be using for the sake of UI. And we have, I think, 3 different posts that we could just use for our application for the UI. And we have the cover.png. You're going to see what this, why we're going to be using that, as well as the placeholder image for user profiles. So just go ahead and download this public folder and just replace it with this one that we have. So I'm just gonna delete this one and drag and drop the one that we have in the repo to this front end folder. So I have just done that. So there we go. Now we have 11 different files that we got. So 2 here and 3 different files here, as well as 6 different files under this folder. Now I will just open up my terminal, and here you can see I just shut it off completely. First I will cd into the front end folder, and I'll just say npm run dev, so that we could get our development server, which is on this port. Let's just navigate to this one, and I just want to change this port to be 3000. So I'll just go ahead under the v.config.js. I'll just shrink this one, and I'll just say server port is going to be this value. If we just save and if we visit this one, now we should be able to get this React application. And now it doesn't work on this port because we have just changed that. So there you can see it just loads and this site can't be reached. Now with that in mind, let's take a look at the first step that we have under this file, which you can again find under the GitHub repo. So UI design steps.md. The first thing that we'd like to do, install the Tailwind and Daisy UI, and I'll just explain what they are in a second. But first we need to check out the documentation. So if you just type Tailwind CSS vite install, you're gonna see this documentation, where first we need to create a vite application. This is something that we have already done. The second thing is just to install Tailwind CSS. So copy that and open up a new terminal. So I'll just cd into the front end and then just paste it. That's going to install a couple of different things for us. And once that is done, you're going to see this and just press enter for that as well, which is going to create Tailwind config.js file for us under this front end folder. Then let's see what's going to be the next step. We would like to update this Tailwind config.js file. So just copy it and paste it into this file that you can see. Okay, let's see the next step. here we need to update the index.css file. Just copy it, and then it should be under the source, this file. Just delete everything and paste that. So these are basically Tailwind CSS directives that we use so that we could use classes that are coming from Tailwind. Just save this one, and you need to kill your terminal and then just start it again so that we could see Tailwind CSS in action. Let's go into the, let's see, app.jsx. I'll just delete everything in this file, and I'll just put a p tag that says hello from let's say app.jsx. And we could add some class names. So let's say class name text 5x large and text red 500. Let's say background maybe blue 500, or let's say 300. If we just save, now hopefully we should be able to see it. There you go. Now these are the classes coming from Tailwind CSS. If you weren't if we weren't using Tailwind CSS, then we would just create class names under a file like index.css, where we would just say my class or whatever the name is. Then you would say text is gonna be, let's say, blue, and not text, that should be color, and let's say background color or background is gonna be, let's say, red. And you just got the point. You would have some CSS classes, then you would import it, and then just say something like the name of the class. But instead of that, we're just using this utility classes, which is pretty readable, and it just makes everything easier. And Tailwind CSS is the modern technology that you could use for CSS. Just save this file, and let's delete all these things that we don't use. And we could delete this app.css import as well as the file itself. We are not going to be using them, so I just deleted that file. And delete this assets folder as well. And let's see what's going to be the next step. So we need to also install the Daisy UI. And let's check out the documentation as well. So just type Daisy UI and you should be able to see this option. And let's see why are we going to be using this. So basically this is a component library for Tailwind CSS, and let's see, they have a, so let's say, a great example that we could take a look. Now to be able to get this button, you need to write all those Tailwind CSS classes. But instead, if we were to use something like Daisy, we could just get the exact same result by writing these two CSS classes, which just makes everything super easy for us and just speed up the process. Then there were another option. Let's see, you need to write all this code just to get this output. But if you were using Tailwind and Daisy UI, then this is all the markup and CSS classes. Oops, let me just zoom out. So this is everything that you need to type to be able to get the exact same output. And other than this, they have great accessibility as well as lots of different components that's just going to make everything super fast for us. So things like accordions, models, buttons, and just everything. You just see the component and copy and paste the code so that you could just build your application as fast as possible. And let's see how we could install that. So just type install Daisy UI with Vite. Basically, we're gonna just be installing them as a plugin. So just copy this link and paste it into your terminal, but just make sure it is under the front end. So that's gonna install that, and let's see the next step. We need to add it as a plugin under this Tailwind config.js. So I'll just copy this line. And then under the Tailwind config.js, so here we can see it's been installed, by the way. I'll just paste that. Now we are using ES modules, so this just gives us a warning from ESLint. It just says required is not defined. So this is just like this, it is fine, but let's just get rid of that error or the warning. I'll just say import Daisy UI from this Daisy UI package, and just replace this name with Daisy UI. And let's just see if we can use it or not, if it is working or not. Under the components, I'll just use a button. So here I'll just say button, and I'll just get the this JSX code and paste it under this app.jsx. Let's just visit our application, and here we can see it is working as expected. These are the buttons that are coming from these UI, and if you hover over them, you could see all the classes that all these CSS styles that this class has. And if you cannot see that, it is probably you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, it should be this one. You should install this to be able to get this kind of highlighting as well as some autocomplete. So if you just type button, then you could see every other classes that they have or different options. And let's just save this file, and just know that Daisy UI gives you some like colors and some theme out of the box, but if you want to extend it with your own colors, you can do it. And for that, we need to again take a look at the documentation. So here you could see they have lots of different themes, and we're going to be using this black one, and this is what Twitter uses as well, and we want to add some different colors. Now in the sidebar, if you go under the themes, they just tell you the different themes that they have and how to just extend a current theme. Let's just see. It is this one. So we would like to use the black theme as well as some different colors, which is going to be the Twitter blue as well as the black. Now let's just grab it from here and just paste it into this file. Okay, I'll just paste that, and just know that we're doing the exact same thing from the documentation where we're using the light mode as well as the black mode, and we're just extending two different colors. So this is the Twitter blue as well as some like black color that we'll be using. And you could just see how we are using this from the documentation as well. So it's going to be this one. Let's just test it out if it is going to work or not. So we have added this primary color. So if I just go here and if I just say button primary, then we should be able to get a blue button in our application, which is this one. Now to be able to get the black theme, here I just added this kind of like comment where we need to add this data theme black to the HTML tag, just like this one under the index.html file, right? It's going to be this one. Let's go over here and just paste that. And while we're here, let's update the title. I'll just say X clone. And if we just save, now the title should update as well as the button, which is the primary, like the theme, right? It is black now. And we can see the button as well. This is the Twitter blue color that we'll be using. So with all that in mind, let's delete everything in this file. Let's just say hello and just take a look at the the guide that we have, and we could, I think, close these now and just maybe keep one Daisy UI and kill this one. Okay, this is the demo application that we'll be referring later. For now, just put it at the very end, and let's move on with the next step. We would like to install React Router DOM and React Icons. So let's install that. Make sure you're under the front end folder. So we're going to install this React Router DOM so that we could add different pages into our application and just handle the routing. And while it installs, let's see the setup for the React Router. We need to wrap our application with browser router in main.js file. So let's go under the main.jsx, and we need to wrap our application with this component, which is coming from React Router DOM. With the help of this, now we can use any component that is coming from this package under this component, right? Which is our application. Now to be able to add different pages such as login, sign up, and homepage, we could use this routes as well as the route component. So I'll just copy this div actually and replace it here and close that off. So basically we're having a flex class as well as a container where we just center that with MX Auto, and we'd like to add different routes. I'll just import this, close that off, and for each route we're going to create one route component. So let's say this is going to be for the home page, and that's going to be the component that we will create in a second. And we're going to have two different pages, let's say one for login and one for sign up. I'll just go ahead and say sign up page as well as the login page components. And let's see the next step. Now this is the exact same code that we have just written. So we'll click to create the sign up page. Under the source, under the pages, under the auth, under the sign up, we'll click to create sign up page.jsx. So this is going to be our route. Let's go under the source, create one called pages, one called auth, and under the auth, we're going to create sign up as well as this file called sign up page.jsx. Now just grab this extension called React. So it is this one, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets, so that you could get this kind of auto-suggested code or auto-complete. If you type RAFCE, you can get this one. And if you just save now, let's create both of the other pages. So under the auth, we'll click to create the login. Let's say login page.jsx. Okay, and one for the home page. Let's say under the, let's say, so under the pages home and then home page.jsx. Save this file and import those files or pages just like this, and let's just test it out. So if we just go in the home page, we can see it is being rendered. If we visit /login, we should be able to get the login page component as well as the sign up. Okay, with that in mind, let's try to add the sign up page. I'll just copy this and then paste it into the sign up page. Now at first it is not gonna work because we are importing this XSVG which we need to create. And if we take a look at the guide, here we have an instruction. So let's copy it. We need to create this folder as well as the file. So under the source, we're gonna have a couple of different components. And then we're gonna have some SVGs, x.svg file. So just paste it. So it is not going to be x.svg, but actually x.jsx. Okay, now just save this, and it is going to be this xsvg that I took from the Twitter application. Let's save. Now this is the output that we have in x, so to say svg, and a form. If you want to see how I got this form, you could just check the Daisy UI and you would just type for an input. So here you can see they have different options with logos, without logos, and really different options. And I just took one of them and just play around with it. So I put an icon as well as a placeholder, and if we just put some value in, let's just test it out together actually. So I'll just say janedoe@gmail.com, and for the username, put something like this, the full name, as well as some password from 1 to 6. If we just press to this sign up button, it is just gonna console log the form data that we have. Let's take a look at the component. Basically, we have our imports from React icons, and I think I forgot to mention that as well. So just type for React icons and you're gonna get to this page where you can just take a look at different icons. Let's say search. You could grab the logo, the one that you want to get, or the icon, import that in the component itself. So this is what we're doing. We're getting 4 different icons, one SVG, one useState, and link component. We have form data, which has email, username, full name, and password. We have a submit button, which just console log the form data, as well as to just handle the input change, where it just updates the state. And we have is error state. We're just gonna get that, and we just like render the markup and nothing else. So these are the CSS classes that I have prepared so that we don't waste any time. So here you could just see the H1 that says join today, the inputs with their labels, and for each input we are handling this on change event by passing this name field so that it could update the related field. So just make sure the name matches with the state one by one. So here it has email, username, full name, and password, and these should have the name field as well, such as email, username, full name as well as the password. So this is the most basic thing that you could see in the React ecosystem. So I'm just not gonna explain this from scratch. And if we have any errors, so let's just make that to be true, this variable, we should be able to see this p tag that says something went wrong with this TextRed 500 class, which is coming from Tailwind CSS. So we're gonna go here, and if we have an error, we're gonna show this one. Let's just make it to be false. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the sign up page. And if you just take a look at it here, there are things like LG, MD, and you use this for just to make it responsive. So here, if you just take a look at this, this says this div is gonna be hidden on smaller screens and above up until large screens. And this is a breakpoint of 1024 pixels. From here and above, it is gonna be display flex. And let's see that exact breakpoint. So 124, once we hit that, this logo should disappear because it's going to be hidden, and we're going to see this one, which is, let's see, the other XSVG. Okay, it is this one, and this is on larger screens and above is hidden, but by default on smaller screens and above, this is the width it has. So that's going to be my explanation for this file. Just feel free to pause the video and take a look at the entire code. This is the easiest thing that we could ever see on this application. And let's move on with the next one, where we'll like to just get the login page. And again, we created that one, so we're just going to copy it and paste it into that file. Okay, I'm just gonna save that. And here, if you click to this sign in button, that should take you to the login page because we are using a link component. And there we go. Now we are in the login page. This is what we have: one username and password, as well as these two buttons. Let's just quickly see the code. This is the form data, handle submit, handle input change, the error variable, and the form itself. And we have a link. When you click to that, it takes you to the sign up page. So here now we have this infinite loop going back and forth. And what's going to be the next step? Let's quickly scroll. We need to create the home page under this home folder, which we have created. I'll just copy it and paste it into the home page. Okay, now this is gonna crash obviously because we don't have the posts as well as the create post component. Let's just see. There you go, it has crashed. Now we need to create both of them, and here we just say create those components with a boilerplate for now. We will update them later in a second. And let's go ahead and create them. Now, where do we need to create those components? Under the home, create post component. So under the home, so we are creating this component under this home folder because this is the only place where we will be using this component. And we're going to create another folder under the components called common. And this folder will be used to use the common components. And the first one is going to be this posts component. Let's create that one. And for now, we could just keep this code like this as a boilerplate. And let's see what's going to be the next step. So we need to create the sidebar component. Again, under the common, we need to have this file and just paste this content. So here, I'll just go under the common. I'll say sidebar.jsx and then get the code. Just paste it. Let's see if we have any imports. So we are using some hard-coded data, which has full name, username, and profile image, which we are grabbing from the public folder. So under the avatars, boy1.png, this is going to be the profile image. And now if we save this, we are not going to see the sidebar because we are not using it, right? Let's go into the home page now. Now in the home page, we have create post and post component, but we don't really see the sidebar, which we need to add it before the routes. So I'll say sidebar, and if you put anything like outside of the routes, this is going to be a comment component. Okay, I'll just put a comment. Okay, so this is a comment component because it is not wrapped with routes component, right? And if we save, hopefully we should be able to see the sidebar. There we go. We have a logout button with the icon, and these icons, which is home, notifications, and profile. When you click to this one, that's going to take you to the notifications page, which will create, if you click to that one, to the home page, and to the profile page. Again, we're going to create that in a second. And if you want to just see how we added those different sidebar items, just take a look at the code. There is nothing complex, which we have just a UL element with list items. So there you go. And we say if we have data, which is going to be the user itself, we're just going to show this full name, profile image, as well as the username that you see at the bottom with a logout icon. And this data is something hard-coded. This is something that we'll fix later in the video. When we connect our front end to the back end, we're going to get this user as the authenticated user. Okay, with that in mind, let's go to the next step. We need to add some dummy data. So this is something that I have created to be able to just add this UI design. So copy it under the utils, under the DB, create that file. So let's go under the front end, source, let's say utils, and db, and we're gonna have this file called dummy.js. So just paste it, and if you scroll to the very top, you could see we have some posts. So I think it has 3 different items or 4 different posts, and each of them has an ID, text, image. Some of them has image, some of them don't. The creator of the post, the user, right? The username, profile image, full name, and the array of comments as well as the likes. And here you can see for each comment we are populating the user. This is something we have done in the backend, and this is something that I have added for the hard-coded data, as well as we are populating the user. So just notice that, and this is going to make sense when we actually fetch these posts from our database later in the video. Then we have something called users for right panel, and for each user we have full name, username, and profile image, so that we could just see a kind of who to follow section. These are the suggested users. And once we got those dummy data, let's see what are we going to do next. We need to add the right panel component. Again, under the common, let's create this file. So under the components, common, paste that, right panel, and just get the code. Let's paste it, and hopefully this should be working fine. For now, just delete this import and maybe this one. Let's see now. Under the home page, we cannot see the right panel because we didn't import it. By the way, save this file, close that, close the sidebar, and below the routes, we'll click to add the right panel. And again, this is going to be a shared component in all pages. Let's save, because it is outside of the routes, right? So here we can see we got those 4 different users. From the dummy data, they have image, full name, as well as the username. Now we had this component called right panel skeleton, and we're going to be using this just to have this effect. Let me just zoom in a little bit, or maybe like this. So this is the demo application. If I just refresh, just take a look at it here. We had that skeleton for a split second, and we need to create that one. I will copy this, and if you want to just see how do I get this, go under the Daisy UI and just search for something like skeleton. And this is the code they give you to be able to have this effect. And I just changed it a little bit to make that look like this, right? Okay, this is the code that I have prepared. Let's create that one called right panel skeleton under the skeletons. So under the components, let's say skeletons, and let's say right panel skeleton.jsx, and paste the code, get this part back, and let's say is loading is true. If this is true, then we're going to show this part, and if it is false, then we're going to just map through the users showing a link with the follow button, right? Okay, now it is loading. We just see this skeleton, and hopefully you are able to see the benefit of using something like Daisy UI. It just makes everything super fast. And did we forget to add anything? So I don't think so, but you could just take a look at the code if you want to see how do we get this kind of output. Just feel free to do it. And we need to create this create post component. I will copy that and paste it into that component. Let's see, we have created that under this home, and I'll just paste that. Let's see, what do we import? We have a couple of different icons, 2 different states, 1 ref, and like a couple of variables, 1 data to be able to show the profile image of the authenticated user, and then a submit handler, as well as to be able to change an image. I'll explain in a second, and then just some markup. Let's save and just test it out now. And there we go. This is the create post component that we'll be using in the homepage, which has a text area, 2 different icons, and a post button, as well as this profile image. If we click to this icon, and just before that, make sure you add this. So under the input, I'll just say Control F input. Maybe I'll just say accept only images. Okay, let's save and just test it out real quick. So if we click to that, we're gonna see this file explorer from our application or from our machine. We can just select any of them, and when we open that up, they're just gonna show the image on the screen. And how does that work? We have an input field. This is hidden by default, so that if we just delete that, that's gonna look very ugly. Here you can see, I just don't want to see this button. So the way I want to handle this is just make this hidden, but whenever I click to this icon, I just want that choose file to be clicked. And we are adding a ref to this, and when we click to this icon, we just say call this current image ref. And when we select an image, this onChange function runs, which is this one. It just sets our state with the image from our machine. And if we have this image, we are just gonna render that in an image tag, which has the close icon. If you click to that, it is gonna set the image state to be null so that we don't see the image. Now that was a lot of thing. Let's just test it out. I'll just select an image from our machine. Okay, I'll just select this one, and once I click to that, it is gonna set the state to be null so that we don't see the image at all. And if we just put something in, press this one, it is gonna say post created successfully. And again, just feel free to take a look at the code. This is nothing complex, but just pretty basic CSS classes with some functions. With that, let's take a look at the next step. So we have created this component. Now we'll click to create the posts component and then post skeleton. So I'll create this one under the common, and I think this is something that we have already created. So under the common, we had this one. Let's close these and paste that. Now we need to create this post skeleton under the skeletons.jsx, and let's get the content for it. And again, this is something that I have updated with like from the Daisy UI. I just took those classes and updated a little bit. Now we have the post skeletons, and we need to create a post component. Let's see, under this common folder, I'll just say post.jsx, and let's see if we have the content for it as well. There we go. I'll just copy it and then paste it. Now we don't have this post.likes. Oh, okay. So this is a warning that is coming from ESLint, which we're gonna fix in a second. For now, just save all these files and let's test it out. So in the homepage, we can see we have 4 different posts. 3 of them has an image, and this one doesn't have an image. And it is because all of them are coming from this dummy.js file. If you just take a look at the second post, it doesn't have an image, but it just has a text that says, how you guys doing, right? It is this output, and it has 4 different likes and 1 comment. Let's just double check. 4 different likes and 1 comment. Now under the post.jsx, we have this error which ESLint tells us you're not using prop types, and we don't really want to use it. We would go under the ESLint, under the rules, we'll just say React / prop types off. So once you have done that, we're just going to get rid of that error. And in the post component, there isn't anything complex, just an avatar, full name, username, a date, text, delete icon, an image, as well as these icons that you see. And when we hover over them, we got these different colors, and we can do this. Let's just say Control F, hover, with the help of this hover pseudo class. So you just say, when you hover over this trash icon, just make this text to be red, just like this. And feel free to take a look at the code. Let's update, or let's add this post skeleton, where we just say is loading, where is it? Under the posts, if we just say true, we're gonna see this post skeleton, right? And let's just make it false. Also, let's do the same thing for the right panel. I'll say Control E, right panel, and then just make the value to be false. With that, now we have our posts, who to follow component, sidebar, and let's see what's going to be the next step. So we'd like to add the notifications page. So under the notification, let's create this file. I'll just shrink everything under the source, pages, notification, and then notification page.jsx. We're gonna get the like the content, and okay, we have 2 different notifications, which is a hard-coded data we have, and then a loading state, and we have a loading spinner which we'll create in a second. Or actually, let's just do it under the components common. We'd like to get this file .jsx, and this is again a component that you can take a look at from the DZ. If you just say loading, you could see they have these different spinners, right? And we're going to be using this one, but feel free to take any of those. And they have size property such as X small, small, medium, and large. And we're going to make a component to be like customizable, right? Or reusable. We're going to go ahead and just copy this one, paste it here. So if they don't pass any size, that's going to be medium by default. But if they pass a size, we're going to just adjust this span tag with it. And this is the component that we are importing. Now, to be able to see the notification page, we need to add it as a route. So I'll just say app, under the app.jsx, we'll just have notifications. And I'll just import the notification page. Let's visit this route. So I'll just say, maybe click to this one, and there we go. We have a follow notification type as well as the like. Let's just double check. I'll just close all these files. And under the notification, we have one type of follow and then the like. And if we just press this one, we could delete all notifications, where it is going to show this alert. And to be able to get this kind of output, we would use this component. Let's just see, where is it? Okay, it is this one called dropdown. Again, you can take a look at it from the daisy called dropdown. So these are the things that I just copy and paste just to make that work. If you just ask me to type this by heart, I can't really do it. And I don't really need to, because that's why they have created this daisy UI documentation, right? And let's see the next step. I think that's going to be the last one, the profile page. Let's copy this one, and we're going to create it under this profile folder. So under the pages, we're going to have one last page called profile. and the file will be called as profile page.jsx. I'm gonna paste that. So this is the longest file that we have so far. We are importing a link as well as state as well as a ref. Then we have posts, profile header, skeleton. Let's create this one under the skeletons. I'll just paste the file name and then JSX. We're gonna get that in a second. Then we need to create this edit profile model, and that's gonna be under the profile page because this is the only place we are using it. Okay, we have created those files. We are importing the posts from dummy.js and some icons. Let's see what's gonna be the next step. After the profile page, we're gonna get the edit profile model. And again, this just have a form state with input handle change function, and we'll just see what that does. The last thing that we need is this header skeleton. I will copy it and paste it to this file. I think I need to copy that again and then just paste it. Okay, that was a lot of copy and paste. Let's just see what we have done for the profile page. If I click to this, we cannot see that because we forgot to add it into the app.jsx. I will just duplicate this one and I'll say if we visit something like profile and this is going to be some dynamic data such as username that could be like /Bob, John, Jane, anything like that, or even 1, 2, 3, right? So this is some dynamic value that could be anything, and I'll just call it as username, and we would like to just import the profile page. Okay, with that, let's make sure we don't have any typos. We're just gonna test it out, and I want to update my imports, such as I'll just have my pages at the very top, then my components. Okay, let's test it out. There we go. This is the profile page that we have, where we can update our cover image and our profile image. We have this edit profile model, which has like 6 or 7 different inputs, and we could just update them. And we're gonna add the functionality later, but just know that this is nothing complex other than like 6 different input fields as well as a text area that you could take a look at it from the UI documentation. And other than this, we have the cover image, the profile image, the link, the bio, and these fields, full name and username, and then the member since date, number of followers, then posts and likes. When you click to likes, it is going to update the state, and it is going to just update this indicator, right? And you could just take a look at the code, how I implemented all of them. But just know that it is nothing complex other than CSS. So I feel like I repeated that more than 10 times, but just to make sure we are all in the same page. And here you can see we're using this reusable post component that we have created just once, and we can use it in any component that we need. And we just put them under this common folder. And again, we have this feed type state, and if it is likes, we are gonna show this indicator below the likes, and if it is posts, we're gonna see that under this one. And the very last thing that I want to talk about is the ability to change the profile image and cover image. We have a function just like we had in a previous component. Let's just see where it was. So we had that under the create post. So it is the exact same function, but it just has one if check. So it just checks if you are updating the cover image or the profile image. If you are updating the profile image, then it's gonna update that state, or else it's gonna update the related state, which is the cover image. And let's just test it out real quick. I'll just update my profile image by clicking to this, but even before that, again, I just want to update those input fields, where I'll just say accept only images, and I'll copy this line and then just paste it into this one as well, right? And let's just test it out now. If I click to that, I could select any of those, and just open this up. Here you can see it updates this state, and if I want to update the cover image, it should do the exact same thing. So here if I just select an image, it's gonna update that depending on that, and it's gonna show this update button. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the UI design. Now, I'm sorry, there were a lot of copy and paste in this section, but just imagine if we were to type all these classes and components one by one, that would just take more than 2 hours or even 3 hours, and we don't really want to do that. And that was the easiest part of this tutorial, where we just have only some use states, some basic functions, and lots of different CSS classes. Feel free to pause the video here and just take a look at all the classes and components that we have added. And once you feel ready, we could move on to the next section. And even before that, let's add a commit. And I think I forgot to show you guys this component that we have created for the profile header skeleton. I'll just go under the profile page and I'll just say is loading will be true. Okay, and if we just make that, here you can see we just see this loader skeleton, and we're going to be using that later. And also we have like different kinds of so to say variables. If we just make them false, let's make this one false as well. If it is not my profile, so if it is not my profile, then I can just see this follow button instead of edit profile. So just take a look at it here. If it is true, it says edit profile, but else it says follow, or it's going to be unfollow. So these are the things that we could keep in mind. And we have some hard-coded data. Again, we're going to fix everything later in the video. And with that, let's close everything and just try to add our commit. Here, I'll just try to stage all of our changes, right? We have more than 40 files, or exactly 40 files. And for my commit message, I'll just say UI design completed, which is in the second section, right? And I'll just commit those changes. Now, again, sorry about the copy paste stuff. That was a lot of copy and paste, but we have saved a lot of time. Just let me know what you think. Should we waste more than 2 hours and write all those CSS classes, or should we go with this approach for the next tutorial? Let me know in the comments. With that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so now that we have our API and UI design ready, I think it is time to connect to that API from the React application that we have. And in this section, we'll need things like data fetching and data manipulation, which is something like creating, updating, and deleting. And for that, we'll be using a package called React Query, or also known as 10stack, which is a library that allows you to fetch, cache, and update data in your React applications. And it is a great alternative to Redux and maybe to other state management libraries, things like ZooStand, Recoil, and other similar libraries. And you'll just see how cool that package is, and it's going to give us a lot of performance optimizations. You could take a look at the documentation just to see the motivation that I have behind this, why you might want to use it. But basically, it's for performance optimizations and things like caching, deduping, and a lot more things. So this is something to keep in mind in your production-ready applications, because it just makes everything super fast and optimized. Let's go under the installation. We would like to get this command and just paste it into our terminal. Now, I don't have any terminals up and running, so I'll just create 2 different terminals. And in the first one, I'll just run npm run dev for the backend under the root. And once that is ready, we could switch to this one and just cd into the front end and run our React application. And I just want to rename this, and then this one. Okay, I'll just split this front end to 2 different terminals and just paste that command, which is npm install 10stack React Query. And that's going to install the package. And once that's done, I can just kill this one and shrink this. Now we'll like to initialize that. And for that, we're going to go under the source, under the main.jsx, and we need to wrap our application with it. So first, we need to create something called query client. So let's say query client, new query client that is coming from 10stack. Let's import that. We don't have any auto suggestions. let's say query client from let's say add 10 stack and React query. Now later we're gonna add some options into that, but for now just skip that, and we need to wrap our application with query client provider and pass this client into that. Then just close that off. Now with the help of this wrapping, we are able to use anything coming from this package in our application, right? So we could kill that off, and later we're gonna add some options into here, but for now just skip that. And the very first thing that we'd like to add is the sign up functionality. So we're gonna go into this function or the file where we have some state, right? The email, username, full name, password, and we have a handle submit, which we call on submitting the form, and we're preventing default so that page doesn't refresh, so page won't reload. And then we're just going to console log the form data, but instead we'll like to call a function to be able to sign up the user. And for this we need to use mutation, and you use mutation when you need to manipulate the data, things like creating, updating, and deleting, and you use query when you need to fetch data. Okay, and this is something that we will take a look later. For now, just get the use mutation for this function or for this file, which is going to give you a couple of different states. The first one is going to be a function, and then we have things like is error, is pending, for loading state, and if we have the error, now that's going to be Boolean, but we could get the error message itself, and that's going to be the error. And then this use mutation function will take an option or an object. Let me just save to get this formatting and delete this one. Now that was hard-coded. We don't want to use that. And instead we're going to get this dynamic value from the backend. So the first thing that you need is something called mutation function. Okay, and that's going to be an async function that we're going to pass. And then we could have try catch into that. So this function will take fields like email, username, full name, and password. Let's just pass all of them. And then in the try, we'd like to just send a fetch request. So I'll say const res await fetch to our backend URL. And this is what we have for the sign up. Now I don't want to pass this like the complete URL every time I need a fetch request. So I just want to call it like /API, and to be able to do it, I need to change or the update config.js. I'll say under the server we have a proxy field, and I'll say /API, that's going to be our prefix, and I'll just say target is going to be this URL, and change the port to 5000, and just say change origin to be true. And whenever you say /API, it is gonna take this part and just prefix it with it. And just like this, now everything is gonna be a lot simpler for us. Then the second option we'll like to pass is the method, which is gonna be post, then the headers, content type of application JSON, and then we're just gonna stringify the body, right? I'll say body, JSON stringify, email, username, full name, and password. And then we're gonna get data out of this. Say const data and await res.json. And here we could just say if response is not okay, just say something went wrong. And if data has an error, just throw it. And otherwise you could console log the data and then just say maybe return the data as well. Now in the catch, instead of just only saying console log the error, let's just try to just handle it. And for that, we're going to be using a package, and it is going to be React hot toast. Just type it and you're going to get to the documentation. So basically a toast is something like this. You get success, error, promise, emoji, and a lot of things. So the first thing that we need is to install that package. Let's go under the front end terminal, just split that into two, and I'll say npm install react hot toast, and that's gonna install the package. And while it does, first you need to go under the app.jsx and just put it this component, so not toast bar, but that should be toaster. And with the help of this, now you're able to use that toast. Okay, so just import that, pass it, and we're able to call this toast function. So I'll just say toast for the object where it has error, success, and other fields. We're gonna just say toast.error, error.message. And when we submit this form, we would like to basically call this mutate function. So instead of console login the form data, I'll just say mutate and just pass the form data into it. And that form data has those fields, right? There you could see it is coming from the state, and we could have is pending state in the sign up button. I'll just say Control F, sign up. Okay, it is this button. I'll just change the text depending on that state. So I'll say if it is pending, just say loading, otherwise that's going to be sign up. And if we have an error, we'll just say something went wrong, or we could just show the error dot message. Okay, with that, let's just try to test it out and just see if that's going to work or not. So this is our application. Let's visit the sign up page. Now in the sign up page, we see the sidebar and right panel. We're gonna fix that later. We're not gonna have it, but for now, just ignore it. And let's say we're gonna have a Jane Red, and that's gonna be email actually, gmail.com, and that's gonna be the username and full name. And I'll just put a password. Now if I just put password like from 1 to 3, it's gonna say something went wrong. And let's just see in the console. Now it says bad request. It cannot get API Auth sign up. Let's see in the console, what do we have? In the backend, it looks fine. And let's just check if the route was correct or not. So API Auth and sign up. Maybe it is related to something like course errors. I'll just delete this part for now and just let's see what are we gonna get in the console. I'll just try to sign up again. Okay, it says password must be at least 6 characters, and let's just put it now. I'll just say from 1 to 6, and if we just say sign up, we didn't get anything. Let's see in the console. Oh, actually we have it. Now in the success case, we could just say, let's go under this mutation function. You could pass things like on error, on success, and on success, I would like to just show a toast that says user or maybe account created successfully. And let's try to sign up again. I'll just change the user. I'll just say Jane Green. And again, password from 1 to 6. I'll just sign up. And there we go. Now it says account created successfully. Let's check out our database. Under the users, we should have that 2 users that we just created. So Jane Red as well as the Jane Green. And on the error case, we could maybe show a toast, or we are already handling it under this like in a p tag. It is just preference, just decide however you would like to implement that, but just know that there is a function called on error, or in like a field, you could add it and just handle that error accordingly. And since we are handling the error here at this bottom with this p tag, I think we could remove this toast and just say throw new error from this as well, right? And we can now uncomment this, and let's just test it out if it is gonna work or not. I'll just go here and create another account, or maybe try this one. Now I'll say Jane Red and put some password. Now this shouldn't really work because we already have a user like that. And I'll just say sign up, and there we go. Now it says something went wrong. And if we take a look at the response, not from here, but here, it should say something like username is already taken. And if we want to just give a better response, I think we could just take this, put it here, and then just say, so maybe data.error. Would that fix it? Let's test it out. I'll just send that, and here we go. Now it says username is already taken. With that in mind, we can move on to the next function, I believe, which is going to be the login functionality. Let's just close all files to the right, and here I just realized we could make this a little bit better. So instead of just having this duplicated line, I'll just delete that, and I'll say either throw the data.error, and if there isn't anything, just say something went wrong or something like failed to create account. And with that, I think we could save and move on to the next file, which is the login page, right? And that's going to be pretty similar to the one that we have just created. And maybe pause the video and try that out, and then just come back to my solution. So we have form data where we would like to just call use mutation, right? That is going to be coming from 10 stack query. So I'll say import use mutation from at 10 stack and React query. Now for some reason I don't get any auto suggestions, so I'll just say Ctrl+Shift+P, and I'll say developer and reload window. And when you do this, it hopefully should fix it. And there we go. Now we have this auto suggestion from like VS Code. And what do we want to do next? Now this is gonna again give us those fields such as mutate function. Let's say mutate is pending, not post, but pending is error, as well as the error itself. And that's gonna take again the option called mutation function async, where we're gonna pass the email, or I'm sorry, the username and then the password from the state, and we're gonna have a try catch. In the catch, we could just throw the incoming error, right? Because we're gonna just handle it later, just like we have done. And then in the try, we're just gonna send the fetch request. So await fetch to /API auth login. That is going to be prefixed with localhost because we have added that into the vidconfig.js. So just something to keep in mind. Then that's going to be a post method, headers, content type of application JSON, and then stringify the username and password. So we're going to do the exact same error handling. So first let's say const data and get that, and we'll say if response is not okay, then just throw the error where we'll just say either data.message or something went wrong or failed to log in. So you're not going to show this a general error unless you don't have a message that is coming from the backend. Now let's try to add that function called onSuccess. And now you could get the data, and to be able to get that, first you need to return it. Okay, that should be coming from this function, but I think I'm not going to be using that, so I'll just delete that, and instead I'll just show a toast. Let's say toast.success login successful, and let's get that from React hot toast. And now hopefully that should be working, but we need to add it into this handle submit, right? Let's delete this isError variable because we're using this one. And when we submit the form, we would like to call the mutate function with the form data. And that form data was some state that we have previously had. And I don't really want to call this mutate because it doesn't make it too much sense. It just doesn't make your code readable. When you take a look at this function, you just see, okay, you are submitting something, but what that is, am I signing up the user or am I logging them in? So I just need to say mutate and just rename this. I'll just call it as login, maybe mutation, or maybe just login itself. Okay, I'll just paste that, and hopefully it should be working the exact same way as it was before. And if we have any errors, we're just gonna show that. So I'll just say show the error.message. And for the login, we could just delete that and just say show the loading state if it is pending, right? And let's just test it out. So I'm gonna go into the sign in, and I'll say Jane Red. And if I just put the wrong password, that's gonna say error, something went wrong. And if we just maybe let's get the correct error. So it says something went wrong because that should be data.error, not the message, right? And let's try to do it as well. I mean, again, there you go. Now it says invalid username or password. And let's put the correct one from 1 to 6. Now login was successful. Now later when we log in, that's going to take us to the home page, but for now just ignore it. We're going to add that functionality later. And there you go. Now this is how you would use mutation. It gives you a couple of different values and you could even get more. So these are the things that you would like to maybe explore after the video, and then you call the mutation function when you submit the form. So we rename it to this one and pass the form data. We just destructure it, which is the username and password, send the fetch request, get the data, handle the error, and in this success case we are just gonna show the login successful, and later we're gonna redirect user to the home page, but that's something we'll do later. And now we have all those functionalities. Let's try to add the logout functionality, and for that we're gonna go into the sidebar.js, and again just try to do it by yourself. So let's have this hard-coded data, and then just watch my solution. We're gonna get the use mutation, which is gonna have the mutation function. Before that, let's get those fields, things like mutate, is pending, is error, and the error itself. And now if we were to use something like use effect, then we need to create all those states as use state, right? You would say use state and then create the like loading, set loading, error, set error, that kind of thing. But we don't really need to do this because we're using React query. And then I'll just go here, and that's going to be an async function. Again, we don't need to get any data because we're just logging out the user. So const res, but I want to wrap it with try catch, and I'll just say await fetch API auth logout, and that's gonna be a post method. So we could just pass that and skip the headers. Then we're gonna say const data and just handle the error just like we have done previously. And if you want to, you could console log the data, but in the catch I'll just say throw the new error, and on success let's just say logged out successfully. And I'll be using toast, so toast.success logout successful. And we need to call this mutate function when we click to this logout icon. So I'll just say on click to this, call this anonymous function with mutate, but again I just want to rename this, so I'll just say logout, and then here first I want to prevent the default because this is wrapped under a link, right? If we don't prevent the default, then it is going to take us to that user page, but I don't want to navigate it to that page. Instead I just want to log out, so I'll say logout, and let's test it out. I'll go here. Now if I click to here, it's gonna take me to the profile of John, right? But if I click to this, it shouldn't take me to that page, but it should log me out. And there we go. Now it says logout successful. And let's just double check if all of those are actually working. So I'll just go into the login and I'll say Jane Red and put my password. So before I log in, I'll just go into the application. Under the cookies, here should we get that JWT token when we log in. So I'll just log in. There we go. Now we have the JWT token, which is HTTP only, right? So you cannot really see that, but it says HTTP only. And so we have been logged in. Let's try to log out, and it should delete that cookie. And there you go. Now it is actually working, and we just double check that. Now we have sign up, login, and logout functionality all working, but when we log in, it should take us to the home page. And when we log out, it should take us back to the login page. And again, when we sign up, it should immediately log us into the home page. And for that, we need to protect our routes. And here we have an error. Let's see. So we're not using any of those states. I think we could delete is pending for logout because it is going to be pretty quick. And for the error, let's just maybe show a toast. So here I'll just say on error, just call this function where I'll just say toast.error logout failed. So I could now delete those states. Okay, just like this. If you want to get those states and do something with it, show something UI, feel free to do it, but I'm not gonna do that. And with that, let's try to first go into the app.jsx where we need to fetch the currently authenticated user. And for that, if you remember, we had an endpoint under the auth called me, right? This is gonna give us the currently authenticated user. And now we'd like to call that in app.jsx. And to be able to fetch some data or to send some GET request, we would use query from the package. And then this is going to give us again some values. So it is going to be things like data and let's say is loading. Instead of is pending, it just gives you is loading. And this is going to take again an object where we would pass the query key, and this is something I'll explain in a second. Let's call this as auth user, and just like this, then we're going to have a query function, and this could be an async function where we'd like to just send a fetch request. Again, I'll just have try catch, and the try const res await fetch /API auth, and it was me, that was our endpoint. Then const data, and just get this one. We could just say if res is not okay, just show the data.error, or just say something went wrong. And I think we could also say if data.error. So I think we could do this in this way as well, but since it is working, I'll just skip that section, and that should be fine. Like this is a fine error handling. And then what we can do is just return the data. And if you want to see that in console, you could console log and just say auth user is here, just like this. Now in the catch, what we could do is just throw the error so that we could maybe fetch it in this state where we have error. And again, you have things like is error, is fetched, is posed, and you also have things like is pending, but I think the one that you would use is this is loading by default. Now let's just try to console log the user. So I'll say auth user is here. Maybe we could delete that. So this function will run by default so that we could see that in console. I'll just go ahead and open up my console. And if I just refresh, now it just says unauthorized because we are not logged in. Let me just log in as a Jane Doe. And if we just pass, now it says login successful, and let's refresh this page, and there we go. Now it says auth user is here, and this is the Jane Doe, and she is currently authenticated. And let's handle the loading state. So I'll just say if it is loading, then we just want to return the loading spinner component that we have created. So I'll just go ahead and just say return this part where we're gonna have a div that is going to be covering the entire screen. I'll say class name, height of screen, flags, justify center, item center, so that it's being centered in the screen. And I'll just say loading spinner, and size is just going to be large. I'll just say LG. And with that, now let's test it out for a split second. When it loads, we're gonna have that loading state. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it is there. I can see it. And now let's also make our routes protected. So if we are authenticated, we shouldn't be able to visit the login page. And if we are not authenticated, then we shouldn't be able to visit the homepage. So here I'll just log out. And if I just refresh, now I can still visit the homepage. Let's just wait for a second. It just tries to load. So React query by default will try to send 3 different requests until it gets a response. So it just tries to make sure if server is not crashed, and that's why it just takes a bit time to load. And since we are now unauthenticated, we can still see the homepage. Let's fix it. So I will just rename this to be first auth user, and again I'll explain this in a second. And now I'll just say if we have the auth user, and if we are visiting the homepage, then show the homepage, but else navigate the user, so navigate to the homepage, just like this. And we're gonna say if we don't have the authenticated user, then show them the login page, but else just navigate them to the homepage. Okay, and that should be a login page, by the way. Okay, so if user wants to visit the login page, and if they are not authenticated, then just take them to the login page so that they could authenticate. And if user is authenticated, then take them to the homepage. And we're gonna do the exact same thing for this one, like this. And same for the notifications page. So I'll just copy this part. If user is authenticated, they can visit this page, but else they're gonna go straight to the login page. And same for this one as well. Just like this, and I hope it makes sense now. Let's save, and if I just shrink this left hand side, this is the entire like routes that we have just protected. Okay, so while editing this video, I just realized I didn't explain this in the best way, so there might be someone didn't understand if they are complete beginners, so I'll just quickly go over that. So this is like an if-else statement. If this value is true, then this part will run, and if this is false, this is gonna be the else case, and this part will run. So we'll just say if user wants to visit the home page, okay, and if they are authenticated, then we're gonna show them the home page. But if they are not authenticated, so we're gonna hit the else check, and we're gonna navigate them to the login page. So same goes to this one. If they visit login page, and if they are not authenticated, we're gonna take them to the login page. But else, if they are authenticated, then we're gonna take them to the home page. Same applies to this one and for these pages as well. So they visit notifications page, and if they are authenticated, then we're gonna just show them the notification page, but else we're gonna navigate them to the login page. With that, let's continue with the video, and let's just see that in action now. I will just visit the login page, and since we are not logged in, I think, right, we can see the login page, but if we try to go to the home page, we cannot. It's gonna take us back to the login page because we are unauthorized, right? And there we go, now we're in the login page. Now whenever you change the tabs, it is going to send a request by default, and this is the default behavior of React query, and I just want to fix it. So in the main.jsx, we said that we'll be adding a like option. So we'll say default options for each queries. So let's open this object. We'll say queries where we just don't want to refetch on window focus. So I'm just gonna make that to be false. And this will apply to every single query in our application. If you don't want to add it to all of them, you could just come here into the query. Here you could just add them one by one, and you will see there are millions of different options that you could take a look. So with that in mind, I think I'm just gonna save this file, and we could remove this states. We're not using it, and we're passing this query key so that in the later in other files we could refer to this query. So if we want to call this auth user again, we don't need to call that function. Let's say in the profile page, we're just gonna say we want to get this auth user, right? So we're gonna go here, and I'll just say maybe at the very top, I'll say use query, and I'll just say the query key was auth user. And with this now, I am just calling this query to give me that data, right? I don't need to pass this function because we already have this, and this is something to keep in mind, that you are referring to different queries. And you could also update the cache, revalidate or invalidate the queries. So these are the things that you will see later, and you would basically get the exact same kind of data, and let's call it as auth user, and you could get the error state is pending, and things like that. So we use the query key to be able to reference to queries. So I just put a comment. We use query key to give a unique name to our queries and refer to them later. And with this now we can save this file, and if you don't want to see this loading state for a long time, you could basically go here and just say retry is gonna be false for this function or this query. Now it is just gonna try that only once and it's not gonna try 3 more times. So now let's just try to log in again as Jane. Once we log in, it should take us to the home page, but it doesn't, and we need to handle it. So in the login page, we can do this under the on success. So once we log in, we would like to somehow redirect to the home page. And for this, we have a concept called invalidating queries. Basically, it is gonna refetch the query that we'd like to refetch. So once we successfully log in, instead of showing a toast, we're gonna say just invalidate the auth user query. So basically refetch the auth user to be able to update the UI. And for that, we need to get this query client. So this is a hook that you need to get from the, let's see, React query, right? And then you'll just say query client dot invalidate queries, and you would just pass an option. So I'll say where the query key is auth user, and there we go. Now we are referring to this query key that we have created previously. And again, this is something to keep in mind. And now if we save, let's try to log out, and then I'll just try to log in, which should hopefully take us to the home page. From 1 to 6, I will log in, and it is going to run this auth user query again, which is in this file, and we're gonna get the auth user value. And since we're in the login page, since we have this value, it is gonna navigate us to the home page. This is the workflow. Hopefully it should make sense. I will click to it, and there we go. Now we are in the home page. Now it is your challenge to add the logout functionality. When you click to that, on success, it should invalidate the auth user query. And let's try to see my solution. In the sidebar, when we successfully log out, instead of showing this toast, we could say query client. First, we need to get that. So const query client use query client, and then we're just gonna say invalidate queries, the auth user query. Now, if I just save this and test it out, this is not gonna work. It's because I'll just explain in a second. So now I'll just log out, and now we are logged out, but still we are in the home page. It is because even if you are logged out, if you don't have the authenticated user, this data is just gonna be an empty object. So I'll just go here and I'll say console.log, and maybe just this auth user, and I'll just refresh now. So there you can see, so it says undefined. So basically now it is null, but when you invalidate the query, I think it returns some truthy value such as an empty object. So that's why it just doesn't work. And to be able to fix this, this is the solution that I found. So I'll just say if there is data.error, so this basically means user is unauthorized, we're just gonna return null. And once we have done this, it should work. Let's just try to test it out again. I'll just log in as this user, which is going to invalidate the query, take us to the home page. And if I just log out again, it is gonna invalidate the query, and it's gonna see user is not authenticated, so the response will be null, and it is gonna take us to the login page. Now let's remove this sidebar as well as the right panel from this login page as well. So all we have to do is just wrap them with auth user. So if we have the user, then we're gonna render them. Let's save, and now we don't see that both in the sign up page and in the sign in page. And I think one last thing related to authentication that we have left is this sidebar information. So this is some hard-coded data. Let's go ahead and fix it. Now this is that data we're using. Instead of this, we're gonna just call the authenticated user. And since we have that, so to say, the query key, we can basically refer to it by calling this use query function or hook. Then we'll say query key was this one. Can you just give us the data, please? And I would like to rename this to be auth user, but it's fine to use it like data. I just want to rename this so that I can read my code in an easier way. And instead of this data, I'll just select one of them, Control D a couple of times to select all of them, and I'll just say auth user, and then I could save. Hopefully we should be able to see the full name, username, as well as the profile image, which she doesn't have, but we're gonna update that later. And with this, I think we have completed the entire authentication flow where we can sign up, log in, log out, and protect our routes. And here we learned things like React query, where we could do queries, mutations, and just use it React query as a state management library, right? We just get the data with the query key with just a one hook. And we just learn things like we need to pass some default options. Otherwise, React query by default is going to fetch when you change the focus of the window. So let's say you fetch the posts. If you go to another tab and once you come back, it is going to fetch that again. If you want to have that kind of like real-time communication or maybe just more up-to-date data, you could use it. In our case, I think it is fine to just say false, and just feel free to delete that or just add a lot of different options. And I think you could do things like for mutations as well. And then, so we need to wrap our application with the provider, pass the query, and then just use it in every place. Now let's commit our changes and we're gonna move on with the next section. So I'll just go here, add all of them to the staging area, and I'll just put a commit message. So this is my message, auth handled and routes protected in client, and this is the section number that we are in. Let's commit the changes and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, now let's add this functionality where we can fetch all posts in our database, or we could switch to this following tab and just fetch the posts of the users that we follow. And for that, we need to go into the posts.jsx, where I will just create a function first. And this posts will take, I think, a field called, let's say, feed type. Okay, that's either going to be for you or following. And we're going to be using this prop to be able to change the endpoint. And let's delete the is loading, or maybe keep it for now. I'll say const get post endpoint. That's going to be a function. It is going to take the, let's say, feed type. But since we have this feed type already, we could, I think, delete that. And we will just say switch. You could do if else as well, but that's what I'll be doing. So I'll say, depending on the feed type, we are going to have a couple of different cases. So if case is equal to, let's say, for you, this is going to be our endpoint, return API posts. And if you remember, we had something called all, right? Just let's make sure that under the routes post route, we can get all posts or the following posts, right? I'll just duplicate this one, where if the case is equal to following, we will just say API posts. Oops, if I can copy and paste, this is going to be our endpoint. And in the default case, for now, let's just say return an empty string, but we're gonna fix that later. Or by default, let's just return this one, okay? But just know that this is a function we will update later as well. And then I will create a variable post endpoint and call the function get the value, which is going to be the one of those return values. And to be able to fetch posts, now we're going to call our good old friend called use query. So I'll say use query, and again, let's just give it a query key. I'll just say query key is going to be posts. And we could add other options as Copilot suggests, but I think it's fine to just leave it like that. And we're going to pass the query function as well. For now, just delete the content, and that's going to give us the data is loading. And if you want, you could take the error state as well. Let's delete this one. Let's have a try catch. In the catch, we're simply throw the error, and in the try, let's say const res await fetch our endpoint, which is going to give us some data. And we could just check if res is not okay, either show the data.error or just say something went wrong, or maybe cannot fetch posts. Then I'll just say return the data. And now instead of running this hard-coded posts, we are gonna map through our data, and I would like to rename this to be posts, just like this. And I'll say posts and map them. If it is not loading, run this part. If it is loading, show the skeletons. And let's say posts dot length is 0. Then we'll just say no posts in this tab. And we could delete this one now. And we're gonna go into the post, where it just take the post as a prop and just render the full name, username of the post, and maybe the post image, post content, so everything that we have done in the UI design. Let's just see. There we go. Now we have one post by Jane Doe and one post by John, and these are the posts that we have in the database. Let's see. We have two different posts, and these are the documents. And let's go into the following. Now nothing changes because when we click that, we need to update this feed type. Let's go into the home page. So we have the feed type that we are passing into the posts. Let's add that. I'll just say feed type. And when you click to that button, it is going to update that state. If I click to this, it doesn't update because we need to refetch the data when this state changes, right? It just see the response is the same, so it is in the cache. It doesn't try to fetch that. And as I said, we're going to call the refetch, and this is something you can get from the React query, as well as a field called is refetching. So it is the is loading state for refetch, and we can call this whenever the feed type changes. So I'll say use effect, and we're going to call this whenever the let's say not is refetching change, but let's say when the feed type changes, we're going to call the refetch function. And here we need to pass the refetch as well, so that it doesn't give us any warnings. And if it is refetching, we could show the loading skeleton as well. I will just wrap it like this, and I'll say is refetching. So if it is loading or refetching, just show the skeletons. Let's go here in the for you. There you go. Now it just refetches whenever you change one of those tabs. And the people that we follow don't have any posts, but these are the posts that we have in our database. And let's just update this fields as well. So we'll say if it is not loading and if it is not refetching, okay, and we'll just do the same thing for this. So if it is not loading and if it is not refetching, and if there is posts, then just map through it. And if we just test it out, hopefully it should be the same. I'll just refresh. We can get the loading state and just the response as well. And let's just try to add a commit for this. I'll just go here, add my changes, where we have added this endpoint in the query to be able to fetch and refetch the posts. And in the home page, we just update this feed type. So I'll just add my changes. We are in the third section, and this is my commit message. Now the next thing that I want to add is to delete a post. So here we can see I am not the owner, but I can still see this button. When I click that, nothing happens, but let's just remove that in the post. So here it says is my post. This is a hard-coded data. Let's try to fix it. First, I will get the authenticated user. So data auth user, I'm just gonna rename this as always, and then I'll say use query, and that was the query key, right? We already have the query function, so we could just skip it. And so we are passing this, import the use query, Okay, so now I'll say if it is my post, and this is how I'm gonna check that. So I'll say if auth user underscore ID is equal to post.user._ID. If this is the case, let's just see that. If this is the case, we're going to show the trash icon. Let's save. Now I cannot really see that because these are not my post. And let's try to create a post, maybe from the postman for testing purposes. So here first I'll just authenticate as this user called Jane Red. So in the body, this is my username. Let's say Jane Red. Now that I am logged in, I can create a post. In the body, I'll just say post by Jane Red from client and send that. Post has been created. Let's refresh, and there we go. Since this is my post, I can delete that. And when I click to this, I just want to call a function. Let's close these. When we click to this icon, we are calling the handle delete post. And let's just go here. We're going to call a mutation. So I'll just say const first the mutate function, and I'll just rename this to be delete post, and I'll just give it space. Then we're going to have is pending state with the use mutation. Let's import it. We're just going to have a mutation function. It's going to be async, and we're going to have try catch. In the catch, we will simply just maybe throw the error, right? And in the try, we'll say const res await fetch to our endpoint, and that's going to be dynamic. So /API/posts and /the post ID. And this is a route that we have created previously. Let's just double check that. Under the post routes, if you want to delete, you would pass the post ID. And now that we have passed that, let's add an object with the method being delete. And then what are we going to do next? Get the data. And if there is, if the response is not okay, we'll just do the error handling, and else we could just return the data. Then on the success case, we could just say maybe post deleted successfully. Oops, let's say toast dot success, and let's get the toast from React hot toast. And now we also invalidate the query to fetch the post. So I'll just put a comment for now, and we'll like to call this function when we click to that trash icon. And we could also use this pending state to be able to just show a loading spinner, right? I'll go here, and below this one, I'll just say if it is pending, then just show the loading spinner that we have created previously. And it doesn't import it for some reason. I'll just reload the window with Control-Shift-P. So it just still doesn't give me. I think I need to type it. I'll say import loading spinner from, so it is in the same folder. I'll just say loading spinner, and we need to give it a size. I think I'll just say it's going to be small, and we're going to show this if it is not pending. If is pending is false, then show the trash icon. Let's test it out and see that in action. If I click to that, I'm going to have the loading state and post deleted successfully, but it didn't update the UI. We need to refresh the posts. If I refresh, now I cannot see that. And let's just go ahead and add that functionality so that we could invalidate the posts. So I'll say query client. First, we need to get that. Use query client, and I'll just say invalidate queries, and I think we need to pass the query key and pass the posts. Let's create one more post. So we are already logged in. I'll just create post 1 by chain, and then let's say post 2 and maybe post 3, and let's see that in action. If I click to that, I'm gonna have the loading state, and then I'll just invalidate the the state so that it is going to refresh the UI, and there you go, post deleted successfully, and I could just delete that. And with that, let's just add a commit. I'll go here, just close all files, and this is the only change that we have done. We have a use query to get the authenticated user to check if this post is mine or not. If post is ours, then we're going to call the delete mutation, where we'll just send a delete method and show a toast, then invalidate the post query so that we could refetch the post. I'll just add my changes and put a commit message and just commit that. And now the next thing is to create a post. We're going to go into the post.jsx, or I'm sorry, we're going to go, let's first shrink everything. We're going to go into the create post.jsx, and here let's just quickly go over this component. We have two states to hold the text as well as the image, and we have an image wrap so that when we click this icon, we could open up an image file explorer, right? And then we have some hard-coded data with two more variables for pending and error state, which will delete and replace it with the value coming from React query. And when we submit the form, we're gonna get this alert that says post created successfully, and just a function to render the image on the client. And now let's get the authenticated user. So this is the hard-coded data we are using to be able to show this avatar, but instead we're going to show the actual user image. And again, we could just get our query. First, I'm going to have my states and my ref. Then I'll say const data auth user. And this is the value that we are just fetching. And then we'd like to get the query client, because we're going to do some invalidating the queries, right? We're going to update the cache. And then when we submit the form, we're going to call a function, let's say create post, and let's say it's going to be looking like this, where we're going to pass the text as well as the image, and this is going to be the mutation that we'll have in a second. So let's say const mutate and rename this to be create post, and we could get the is pending state from use mutation. And then we're gonna have the mutation function, which takes these two fields, right? Text and image. And we're just gonna send a post request to be able to create that. So I'll say const res await fetch, and that was our endpoint. So API posts and create, right? And then we're gonna have this method of post, headers of content type application JSON, as well as stringifying the body, which will give us the data. And we'll say if res is not okay, handle the error, and maybe just return the data. Or if you want to, you could console log it. We'll say throw the error. And on success, let's also delete those fields. We don't really need them. Now on success, what are we gonna do? We are just gonna show maybe a toast that says post created successfully. Let's say toast add success, and let's import the toast. And then we would like to again just invalidate the query so that it is going to update the UI. So I'll just say query client that invalidate queries, which is the post. And once we submit the post, we would like to reset this state. So I'll just say set text to be an empty string, as well as setting the image to be null. And with this, I think we are fine to go, but let's just see. We're going to use the auth user. So we are going to replace this user avatar with the actual one. So we have an error, but let's go below and we could delete this one as well. Or if you want to handle the error like this, you could just get the is error state. And then if it is pending, then we're going to show posting. Otherwise, we're going to show the post text. Let's send one now. I'll just say hi from React app. And if I click that, it loads, and once it's been posted successfully, it is going to revalidate the query. And there we go. Now this is the post that we have. And if anything goes wrong, then it is going to hit this block or the div where we could just show the error.message. I'll just go here and I'll say error.message. Now let's get the error as well from this mutation, just like this. And with this, I think that's gonna be it for the create post functionality. And again, this is the only file that we have changed, where we have one mutation and updating the query client by invalidating the query. So I'll just add my changes. We are in the third section, and this is my commit message. And with that, I'll see you in the next section. So I just realized I forgot to show this image upload when we create the post. So let's quickly go ahead and try to demo this. So here I'll just select this image and I'll put a text. Have you watched this tutorial? And when I press post, first it is not gonna work, because if we take a look at the console, it is just gonna say this payload is too large. And to be able to fix this, we need to go under the backend, under the server.js, and just pass an option. So I'll just say a limit will be, let's say, 5 megabytes. And by default, I believe it is 100 kilobytes. And now this image that we have selected, let's see the size of it. So it was this one, and the size is 723 kilobytes. So that's why it just crashes and it just says payload is too large. And to be able to fix that, we'll just say maybe a limit should be 5 megabytes. But just keep in mind that this value shouldn't be too large. Otherwise, if an attacker sends a large request to your application, then your server might crash because of something called denial of service. So this is an attack, so you just need to keep that in mind. So I just put a comment so that you could have it in the source code. And let's save and just try to send this image again. And here we have our Cloudinary account. Now these are some images that I have uploaded previously, so just ignore that and just know that we don't have that image in the Cloudinary. So I'll just refresh. And under the media library, this is the latest image that we have. Let's try to post it now. It's going to post that. Post created successfully. We invalidate the query, and hopefully we should be able to see that in this Cloudinary account as well as in our database. So there we go. This is the new image that we just got, and under the posts we should be able to see that. So this is the text and this is the image. And let's just quickly add a comment or commit. I'll just say first add those changes. So payload limit updated in server.js, and I'll commit my change. And with that, now we are going to proceed with the next function, which is going to be this suggested user functionality, or the component. So we already have this component, but these are the fake data, and let's just try to fetch users from our database. So I'll go into the right panel, and if we take a look at the database, we have, I think, 7 different users. So we have 7 different users, and we'll like to fetch 4 different users and just show that in this right panel. And for that, I'll just go ahead and create a query, and let's delete this fake is loading state. We're gonna get that from the use query. So I'll first say data will be suggested users, as well as is loading state. Then we'll say use query, and let's import the use query, and maybe I'll just shrink this side. So let's get that from 10 stack and React query. Then we're gonna pass this option. As always, we'll like to have the query key, and let's say this is gonna be suggested users so that we could refer to it later. And we're gonna have one query function where we'll just have one try catch. In the catch, we're gonna throw the error as it is, maybe with the message. And then in the try, I'll just say const res await fetch API users / we had the endpoint called suggested, and we're just gonna get the data and handle the errors just like this. Then we would like to delete this fake data. Okay, I'm gonna delete the import and update this with the suggested users data that we just got. Now if we save, I think that should work, and there we go. These are the users that we have in the database. None of them has profile images, so that's why we see this, but this is an actual correct data. And if we just refresh, maybe the order will change and maybe users will change, because in total we have 7 different users. Now, what happens if we don't have any users in the database, or maybe we just follow everyone? So we'd like to check for that. I'll say if suggested users.length is equal to 0. So if it is an empty array, then we'd like to just show like a fake div. So you'll just see what I mean. I'll just say return this div where class name will be medium and above. It's going to be width of 64, but in smaller screens it's just going to be width of 0. And we are doing this so that if this field is empty, then this so to say this container will not stretch. So just imagine if this div is not in the screen, I'll just go ahead and delete that. So otherwise it is going to stretch like this, and I don't want this to happen. So I'll just put an empty div to this right hand side. And we have an error. Let's see, it just says cannot read properties of length. So let's just put a question mark. And if we just refresh now, hopefully it should work. And in the loading state, we could still see that loading skeleton because we have implemented that previously. And with that, that's gonna be it for the right panel. Let's go ahead and commit our changes. So this is the only thing that we have changed. We have replaced the fake data with the actual one, and we're using our endpoint. I'll just add those changes. We're in this section, and this is my commit message. And next, we're gonna add follow unfollow functionality. Okay, now we'd like to add the follow and unfollow functionality, and for that we are not gonna go into the right panel and then just write the code there. So we are not gonna do add that functionality into this component. And the reason is we would like to make this reusable, because we would like to use this functionality both in the right panel and in the profile page. So here, this is the demo application. We could follow users from the right panel, and if we visit their profile, we could also follow and unfollow them from their profile. So instead of writing this function both in the right panel and in the profile page, instead we're going to create a custom hook and then just use it in both of these places, but it is going to be like writing the code just once. And for that, I'll go under the front end, under the source, and I'll create another like folder called hooks, and I'll just say use follow.jsx. And again, this is going to be a reusable hook. So let's just first create it. I'll just get the import toast because we're going to be using that from React.toast, and I think I'll just get the use mutation, not use state, but let's say use mutation, and use query client from 10 stack, just like this. And then we're going to create this hook, and then we'll like to return a couple of different values, and let's just say export default use follow. Then I'll just say const query client. We'll be using that to be able to invalidate some queries, and then we'll just do the like the classic thing that we'll be doing. So use mutation, we're just going to give us the mutate function, and I would like to rename this to be follow, and so like we'll say is pending state, and actually we could call this as follow, unfollow, or maybe just call it follow, but just know that it's going to do both of the functionalities. And then this is going to take the object where we have the mutation function. Let's say async. Now this is going to take the user ID so that we know which user we are going to follow and unfollow. So I'll say const res, and we're going to send a fetch request to our endpoint, and let's just put backticks. That was /API/users, and then it was /follow, then the user ID itself. That's going to be a post method. I think it was post, right? Let's just double check that. Under the routes, user route, okay, follow is post method. I'll say method is going to be not put but post, and then we're going to just say const data get this, and just error handling. So if res dot is not okay, we're going to just show that, throw the error so that we could catch it later. So I'll say return, and I think I forgot to add try catch. I'll cut that and paste it. Then in the catch we could again just throw that error, and then we're gonna have on success. So we're gonna invalidate two different queries, and on error we could just get the error and then just toast.error the message. Now on the success, we're going to invalidate two different queries. The first one is going to be this suggested users that we fetch, because if I follow this user, then I don't want to see that still in this component. So if I just follow that, I would like to just remove that. So it's going to refetch. And that's the first query. We'll just say query client invalidate queries, and we're going to pass the query key, which was suggested users. And the other one is going to be the auth user. And the reason for this is that when we follow user from their profile, we are going to update this button to be unfollow. So if I just follow, now there you can see it just says unfollow, and if unfollow them, that's going to be follow. And to be able to implement this, we need to fetch the user profile, the authenticated user, because we're going to be using a field called following or the followers. So this is the reason why we are invalidating this auth user. And if you want to invalidate more than queries, you could just promise that all, so that they could run in parallel, and that's just going to make it a little bit more faster. So we are going to pass an array and just wrap them inside. And we need to put a comma here, just like this. Now previously I also said that in the controllers of the user we had a to do. So we said return the ID of the user as a response. I think we don't need this. I just realized this is not really needed, so I'll just delete that. If you want to, you could still return the ID of the user and do something with it, but I think I don't need because we're not going to be using them. And then you could say return two different values from this hook, which is going to be the follow and is pending. So if you didn't rename this, that would be mutate. But in this case, it is follow. I think that's going to be it for this hook. Let's save, and we'd like to go into the right panel. And when we click to this follow button, we would like to call that mutation. So let's get this. I'll say use follow, which is going to return us two different values, the follow function and then the is pending state. So with this now, if you want to use this follow functionality, you can go into the any component and then just use it with this one line. You're going to call that get the function and then bind this in any place. So I will say when we click that, we would like to first prevent the default, right? So that it doesn't take us to the profile of the user because it is wrapped with a link. And I will just cut this, open up curly braces and paste that. Then we're going to call the follow function with the user ID. And we could also add a loading state. So I will just delete this follow button and I'll say if it is pending, then I would like to show this loading spinner that we had. And let's make the size to be small. And in the else case, you'll just say follow. And let's import the component. I'll say import loading spinner. It is coming from the current directory. And let's just format this a little bit. So we got imports from the packages, then we have a hook, and then our components. Let's save and just test it out in our actual application. So that was the demo, and this is what we are building. I'll try to follow Jane. And there we go. Now Jane is not in this component. We had the Jane though, but it was a Jane green. So I will follow Bob. Let's see. And there we go. Now Bob is not here. And let's follow Beth. And that's how it works. And with that, we can just commit our changes. Let's go here. We have updated three different files. So we just deleted our comment for this file. This is not really important. And then we added this. Let's first take a look at this custom hook where we could just send a request to our endpoint, and on success invalidate our queries, on error show a toast, and return those values so that we could have this functionality to be reusable. And now in any component we are able to use it with just one line. There we go, we have the function, and when we call that we need to pass the user ID and it's gonna work magically. Then let's add all of our changes, and I'll just put my commit message. This is my message, and I'll just commit that. And next we're going to add a like and comment functionality. Okay, now let's add the like mutation, and for this we need to go into the post component because this is where that button lives, right? So post.jsx, and let's just scroll at the very top. We have a function where we call and we are calling this when we click to that div that holds this icon. Okay, and now we have a couple of different variables. Currently it is false, but if it is true, then we're gonna get this like pink color, and let's just make that true just to double check. So let's say if it is like is true, then this icon is gonna be like pink, and it should update the color as well. This color should be pink as well. Let's just see why it doesn't work. If we delete this part and just I think paste it to here, then it should work. Okay, when it is liked, then we're gonna see this color in the text, but else it is gonna be this slate 500. And then we have something else I didn't explain, so I just forgot, sorry about that. But basically we have a model component from Daisy UI, and this is something that I have copied and pasted from their documentation. So each dialog must have a unique ID. So this is how we are making that unique, because we need to make sure that when we click to this icon, it should open up this model. But this model is actually different than this model and this model. Now content is the same because it is hard-coded, but it's a different model actually. And we need to let the Daisy UI be aware of that. And we are doing this by passing a unique ID. And when we like click to this comment icon, that's how we are opening the actual correct model. We just say get element by ID, comments model, and then we pass the post ID just like this, and it is gonna show that model. Now I hope it makes sense now, and let's try to add our function. Now we have a couple of different hard-coded variables, and we have is commenting. Let's see. So we are using this to be able to show a loading spinner, and let's just make that to be true. And once we have done this, then we can see this loading spinner in the button. And again, this is something that we'd like to fix, or maybe just make it dynamic. And instead of showing it like this is size of medium. I will delete this and I'll say loading spinner, and I'll just make the size medium. and this is a component that we have created, right? And with that, I think we can now create that create the mutation. So I'll just say const mutate, and I will call this as a like post, and we're gonna get a pending state. But now we would like to rename this as well, otherwise we're gonna have two different is pending fields, right? One here and then one above. So I'll just make that to be is liking, and I'll open up this object, pass my function, and success and error cases. So I'll say mutation function. It's gonna be async. We're gonna have try catch, and then just send a fetch request or endpoint, which is API posts slash like slash the post underscore ID. And now the method is gonna be post. And then we're gonna have the data. I'll just scroll a little bit, and some error handling, just like this. Then return the data. And in the catch, we'll say throw the error as always. And outside of this mutation function, we'll get the on success. Like on success, we're going to invalidate the posts query, but this is not really good. So I'll just put a comment. This is not the best user experience, and you'll see in a second, and we're gonna fix that with another approach. And then on error, let's just put that. We could just basically get the error and show a toast. So we don't need this toast, but for now let's keep it. And we are not using these variables. So first we would like to call this function inside this. Now let's say like post, and we could add one optimization, is that we'll just say if it is liking, then just return out of this function so that you don't really call this function as well, because it is in the loading state. And this is only gonna run this if check. When you like the button, you have 1 second of loading state, right? And at that exact moment, if you click to that button, it is again going to call this function, but this if check will hold it, and it's gonna return out of this function. I hope it made sense. Now we would like to use the is liking state, and even before that, we would like to just rename this so that is a little bit more readable. I'll say is deleting, and we need to update this part as well, just like this. And then we're gonna go into the is liking. Let's just find it. I'll just say Control F is, I'm sorry, not is liking, but the FA, this heart icon. We would like to show a loading spinner when it is in the loading state. Let's just see. We'll say if it is not liked, and now this is hard-coded data, we'll fix it, and we'll just say if it is not liking, if it is not in the loading state, then we're gonna show this icon. But let's say if it is liking, then show a loading spinner size of small. And we would like to show this only if is liking is false, right? So I'll just put a bang operator on top of it, and then let's just test it out. I think it should be fine. Let's refresh. Okay, we have this for some reason. Let's see why. Because is liked is, I think, true, right? Let's make that to be false. And actually, to be able to check this, we are going to just delete that, or maybe let's say if post dot likes includes, because it's an array, the auth user underscore ID. If this is the case, then this is going to be true. Let's save and just test it out. Now it is false. There you go. When I click to that, I will see the loading state for a second, and there you go. Now post is liked, but this UI experience, I mean this user experience, is not really great, because when you like a post, it is going to refetch all the posts, right? And instead of that, is there a way, can I just update this post and increment the number of likes and just don't refetch anything? And yes, for this we're going to need to just update the cache instead of revalidating or invalidating the queries. So I'll just keep this as a comment, and maybe just put a comment, because it will refetch all posts. And let's see the optimal solution, or the one that most of us will like. So I'll just say instead. So instead we'll just update the cache directly for that post. And to be able to do this, first we need to update something in the backend. So for that, I'll go into the post.controller.js. And then the function that we'd like to update is this like and unlike post function. So when we unlike a post, it means we just remove the ID of the current user from the likes array of the post, right? So let's just try to do it then. So I'll say const now updated likes. This is what we'd like to return back, and we'd like to remove the user ID, right? This is the currently authenticated user's ID. We would like to remove that from the post.likes. So I'll say post.likes filter, and here Copilot tries to help me, where we'll just map through each item which is an ID, and we're going to convert that to a string, and we'll just get the ones that are not equal to the user ID. So basically this will just remove the user ID from this array, and we'll like to return this as a response. I'll say updated likes, and when we like the post, we are just pushing that user ID into that array, and we could just say then return post.likes. And if we want to be a little bit more so to say consistent, we could create this const updated likes and just say post.likes and make our code a little bit readable just like this. Okay, so this is the point. When we like or unlike, we are returning the updated likes array so that we could update our cache with the new array, right? Or the number of likes. And this is how we're going to do that. We'll say query.client. So still we're using this because this is where the caching kind of stored, right? I'll say set query data, and the one we are interested in is the posts. So this is going to return us the old data in the function, right? So this is React query gives you out of the box, and we are going to get the updated likes from the backend because this is what we are returning as a response from the mutation function. And then inside this function, now we'll just say we'll like the return, where we'll just old data dot map it, and we're gonna get each post, and we'll like to just do one if check. So we'll say if p dot underscore id is equal to the post dot underscore id. So if this is the post that we just liked, then we would like to update the number of likes. So I'll say return all the other values of the post, but we would like to just update the likes array with the one that we just got. And if this is not the case, we'll just return the post as it is. And hopefully that was a good explanation and you just get the point. Let's try to see that in action. I'll just refresh just in case to have a clean state. And if I click to this, now it shouldn't really invalidate the query, but instead it should just update the cache. And that's what we are doing. So we are returning this p. This is going to be the case for the posts that we don't like or unlike. When I like this post, it is going to hit this if check for this post, but not for these. So nothing updates here, but we just updating this one. And there we go. Let's remove the alert for the toast. We don't really need that. Okay, so we'll just format this and just test it out once again. We could unlike, like, and it doesn't refetch the UI. And with that, that's gonna be it for this mutation. So just keep in mind that sometimes you need to just change the logic that you are doing. So you can't really go blindly and then invalidate the query, because you need to give a better experience for your users. So that's the main takeaway, I think, from this on success case. And then I think that's gonna be it. Let's just add our changes and just commit that. So we have just updated this field. We renamed that to have a better code, and then we just added this mutation where we sent the request, get the updated likes array, and like do the caching kind of thing, updating that. And we had like updated this field with the actual one instead of hard-coded data, and we are calling this function with an optimization on top of it. Then we just changed a couple of different fields to be able to show loading state. And this is what we have done in the backend. Let's add all of our changes, and I'll just put a commit message. So this is my commit message, and next we're going to add comment. And now let's add comment mutation. And again, for that, we're going to go into the post.jsx. So we had two of our different mutations to delete a post and like a post. And then it is time to create one for the comment a post. So here, this is going to be my function. I have an auto suggestion, so I'll just get that. This is the use mutation, and we'd like to delete this hard-coded value. And instead we're going to be using the one that is coming from React query, and we'll have the mutation function, and as always on success, and then on error cases, and just show the toast. And then in the mutation function we're going to have try catch. In the catch we could just throw the error itself, and then const res, and our endpoint was let's say /API/posts/comment, and then the post ID that we'd like to comment to. And the method is gonna be post. So say method post and just get this. So headers application JSON, and we're gonna pass the text. And did we call this as comment? Okay, it is the state that we have. So whatever you type into this input or the text area, that's gonna be this comment. And then let's just say const data. If there is any errors, let's handle it. Otherwise, we would like to return the data. And now I think we could use this comment post function when we call this. So we are preventing the default because it is in a form. So I'll just say comment post, and we could get this optimization as well. It is the same thing that we have done here. If it is in the loading state, we are not going to call this function again until it ends. And now I think we could save this and just test it out. I'll go ahead and say hi from, let's just say my comment from React app, and just post it. And let's refresh. There we go. Now we have a comment. It is here. It is just posted by Jane. And then I think we forgot to revalidate or invalidate the queries. I'll go into the onSuccess function. We could just show a toast that says comment posted successfully, and then we would like to update the post state, right? So that it is going to clear this input, and then let's say query client, and just invalidate the posts query so that it could fetch that again. And let's just do it. I'll just say hi again and post it. There we go. Now comment posted successfully, and it just refetches the post. And if you don't want this to have this invalidating, you could again just update the cache, just like what we have done here. So you would take care of the user experience, but I think I'll just skip that. I'll just leave that as a challenge for you. So I'll just say testing again and post it, and here it works. Let's send a comment to this one. So I'll say another comment and post it. Now here we can see each post has its own comment, and if we click to this one, we're gonna get this model, and if we click to this one, we're gonna get this model, because we gave a unique ID for each dialog or the model. I think that's gonna be it for the comment mutation. Let's shrink all of them, and I think we could also just delete this function and pass this directly into here, but let's just be consistent and leave it like this. And I just realized we are using this formatted date as hard-coded, and we need to fix it because each post has its own formatted date. So it is not 1 hour ago for each post, right? Let's go ahead and update that. For this, we are gonna create under the source. Let's see if we have utils. Okay, under the utils, I'll just put functions .js, or maybe let's just say date and put it into it, and I'll just rename this to be index.js. So here we're gonna have two different functions. Just grab them and paste it into this file. You can find it in the GitHub repo in this file. Okay, so we have two different functions, one to format members and state, and the other one is to format the post date. For now, we're going to be using this one, and later this one. And this is something that I took from AI. So basically, ChatGPT created this one for me, where we just pass the created at field. So this is a timestamp, and it is going to return us some kind of formatted date, either just now or a couple of minutes ago or 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, and things like that. And let's just save. And this is the name of the function. I will replace it with this. Let's call it, and I'll say post.createdAt. And if we save now, we should be able to see it just updates for each post. So this is the post that I have created 1 day ago, and this is 14th of April. And let's create another one. New post from me. And there you go. It just says just now. And now let's grab these variables and just put them here. And then we have our functions below that. Just like this. And let's commit our changes. And again, in this section, we have added these functions and the comment post mutation. So I'll add the changes and put a commit message. This is my commit message, and I just committed that. And next, we're going to add the notifications page. Okay, so let's head over to the notification page, where we have a couple of different hard-coded notifications. Then we have one function that just alerts all notifications deleted. So this is what we have in our application, these hard-coded data, and then when we click that, we got this alert. Now, to be able to fetch these notifications, we need to add a query, and then to be able to delete notifications, we need to add a mutation. So let's start with this one. I'll just delete this, and for the loading state, this is hard-coded. Let's delete that as well, and we're gonna fix it in a second. And let's delete this function as well. So I'll just say const, and before that, I think we need to import the use query and use mutation from 10stack. So I'll just go ahead and say here import use query and use mutation from at 10stack and React query. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the imports, and we'll just get some data, which I will call it as notifications, and we're gonna have is loading state, and we'll say use query. And remember, we need to pass an object, and first thing that we'll like to add is gonna be the query key so that we could refer to it later. So I'll just say this is the notifications query and our function, and let's make it async, and I would like to add a try catch. So in the catch, we could just throw that, right? And then what we can do here, just send a fetch request to our endpoint, which is API notifications. Then I think we're gonna get the data as always. And if res is not okay, we are gonna send the data.error or something went wrong text. Then let's just return the data. So we have, I think we're doing something wrong. So unnecessary try catch wrapper, what does that even mean? So if we delete this, so try, yes, that we have, and put a catch. So catch takes the error, right? And let's say throw new error with the error.message. Oh, okay, I think if we just say throw error, is this the problem? Yes. Then we'll just say new error and put the error itself. So just like this should be working. And like, since this is a query, we don't really pass on success and on error because it doesn't have those fields, but instead we could just get that as state. So is error and is loading, I mean is success if you want to handle it. I'll just skip that, and this is our notifications, and we need to add this mutation as well. So I'll say const mutate and call it as delete notifications, and we are gonna call this use mutation, and let's say the mutation function async try catch, and in the error case, let's say on error, and we could just show a toast with it. So I'll say toast dot error, and let's import the toast just like this. Then in the try, we would like to just send that delete method or the fetch request, right? I'll say const res await fetch to API notifications where the method is gonna be delete, and then the classic kind of thing, and we could return the data. Now we always return the data. You might be asking, but we are not using it. Well, that's correct if you want to use it. So like from the mutation, you could just get that as the first argument, right? If you just say data or notifications, this is what you get. So to be able to get that, you need to return that. So we're just returning it, but we're not using it. That's fine, because we don't really need it in this scenario. But there are some scenarios that you need to use. So I think it was the place in the post.jsx, when we like the post. So this is the place where we use it. So this is something to just keep in mind. If you want to use it, then you need to return that from the mutation function. Okay, so in the catch, let's say throw new error and just pass that. And in the success case, we could just say toast.success notifications deleted successfully. And with that, let's just test it out. If we go here, we can see all of our notifications that we have. And if we try to like one of our posts, I'll just select this one, and we should get one more notification, and there you can see the list just updated. But when you unlike a post, it doesn't actually sends another notification, right? So it only works when you like a post. Let's just go ahead, and there you go. Now we have one more in the list, and it also happens when you follow a user. So if someone follows you, then you would get a notification. And let's just try to delete all of them. There we go. Now it says notifications deleted successfully, but it didn't update the UI. And you know what what we need to do. And when you refresh, it says no notifications. But to be able to do that without refreshing, you would say query client. And first, let's get that. I'll just go above query client and get that from this hook, and query client dot invalidate queries, where we need to just invalidate this one. And like if we had a notification, you know, when we delete that, it would just update this field without asking us, like without refreshing. So just to double check, I have just logged in as a different account, and I'll just like the post of Jane Red because this is the account. So if I just like that, now she has 2 likes on this post, and if we refresh, we got this notification, right? And if we just delete that, it's gonna delete all of them and update the UI automatically. And we could also send a follow request, but we didn't implement that part. So maybe let's go here and maybe just try to follow Jane Red from the right panel. And if I just refresh now, we should be able to get the this notification that says Janie Doe followed you. And again, if you delete all of them, it's gonna refresh, just update the UI. And I think with that, this is the only thing that we need to add to this page. 1 mutation and 1 query. And let's just add all of them to this staging area and put a commit message, and then just commit the changes. With that, I'll see you in the next one. So now it is time to add this profile page. Currently, it doesn't really matter which user profile we visit. We will always get the same exact data because this is some fake hard-coded data that we just added. And for the posts, we're going to get the same posts from the homepage, because we're using that like the same component, and we need to fix it by changing the endpoint. So first, let's try to get the user profile, and for that we had an endpoint. For this, I'll just first go into the profile page where we need to create a so to say call a query, right? I will change this fake data with the actual one. So I'll just say get me some data and rename it to be user as well as the loading state. And we could delete this fake loading state from the above line. So I'll just say use query, and then let's put our object, pass the query key, and I think I'll just call it as user profile because this is what we are fetching. And I'll say query function. It's going to be async. We'll have the try catch, and we'll just send a fetch request to our endpoint. And if you remember, it was /API/users like this /profile and then the username. And we can get this username from React Router DOM. So I'll say const username and use I think it was called prems, and we get this as username is because this is what we have called it in the app.jsx in the route. So if it is called as x, then this should be x, just like this, but we call it as username. So I'll just go ahead and pass that, which is going to give us some data, and let's do the error handling and eventually just return the data. Then in the catch, we're gonna throw that. Now what do we want to do? If we just save, I think we should be able to get the user profile, and we are already rendering it, and we just say if it is not loading and if we have the user data, render that, where we can show the full name, username, cover image, profile image as well. And then for the if it is loading, then show the header skeleton, and if it is not loading and if we don't have that user, then just say user not found. Let's go ahead and refresh. So we have loading state for a split second, and this is the user profile, and let's change to this one. So it is not going to refetch, and we need to add that in a second, but here you can see actually the URL updates. So if I refresh, it should fetch the profile of John. If I go to my own profile, let me just refresh, it should fetch the profile of Jane, right? Which is my profile. And let's add this functionality of refetching whenever we change the URL or the user profile. So I'll just go above and I'll say give me the refetch function as well as the is refetching state. And now I need to call this refetch whenever the username changes in the URL. And we're going to call the use effect for this. Let's put it like this for now, and I'll say refetch whenever the username changes, and it just says please add the refetch function into the dependency array. So I'll just say refetch, and now we could don't call the function but just pass it like this. And now we'd like to show the loading skeleton if we are refetching as well. So I'll just wrap this with parentheses, and I'll say if it is loading or if it is refetching, show the skeleton, and I'll just say if it is not is refetching, then show this user not found, and if it is not refetching as well, so is refetching. Okay, with this everything should be fine. This is the profile of John. If I click to Jane, there we go, we had 1 second of loading state, and then it just updates and fetch the profile of the user that we'd like to get. And here you can see this is the bio of John, the link, the joined date. This is not correct. Let's fix it. Let's say 2021. This is hard-coded data, and we'd like to fix it. And we had a function for this. Let's remember the name of the function under the date. So I said that we'll be using this. So I'll just copy the name, and instead of passing to here like this and calling user.created@, I would like to actually grab this and create a variable. So I will go above and I'll say member since date, and then use this instead where it was. Okay, so this is where we're gonna pass that field. So let's say member since not data, but I'll just call it as a date. And I think we need to let's see, what do we have? User before initialization. That's correct. We need to just put it below this query because this is where we got the user variable, right? And there we go. Now it says joined April 2024, and it is same for all those users. And here it just says the same, right? So that's gonna be it for the fetching user profile. And now let's try to fetch the posts for a user. So there are two different options. We can fetch their posts, or we can fetch the posts that they liked. And for this, we need to go into the posts.jsx, and we need to update this function a little bit. So we have for now, three different endpoints where we fetch the for you for the homepage, the following case again for the homepage, and now we would like to have one more case. I'll just say if we are fetching the posts of the user, right, then we're going to change our endpoint. So let's say return API posts, and this is our endpoint that we had where we just passed the username. And we can get this username from React Router DOM, or we could just pass it as a prop to this posts component. I'll say username is going to be username, just like this. And we're going to get that. And then the other case for us is going to be where we'd like to fetch the liked posts of that user, right? So I'll just say if case is equal to likes, then we'd like to return this endpoint, but it had user ID at the end. If you don't remember, you could just take a look at the routes for the posts. We can get the, let's see, under the get method where we have the likes and pass the user ID to be able to get like posts of that user and get the user posts by passing the username. And we could say like likes it was, and then plus the user ID. And oops, so let's say user dot underscore ID, and we could get this ID as a prop. So I will actually call this as user ID, just like this. And I'll say user ID is going to be user dot ID. And let's put a question mark. And let's make this a little bit more consistent. So I will, instead of doing it like this, I'll just put backticks. And then put it under this $. Okay, just like this. So I hope it wasn't confusing. So we have 4 different cases to be able to get the post endpoint. So either we're gonna fetch the for you, the following, posts, or the likes. So these are the place for the profile page, and these are the other cases for the home page. And with this, I think that should be fine. Whenever the feed type changes, we're gonna return one of those, and post endpoint will change because this is the computed value from this function, and we're gonna call the fetch with that endpoint. Let's try to see this in action. If I click to this, nothing happens because we didn't bind it, I think. So we didn't set what's gonna be the feed type in the profile page. Here I'll just go ahead and say feed type is gonna be the feed type that we have. By default, it is posts for the profile page, but when you click to the likes button, it is going to update that state, and it is going to rerun the function. So if I go here, these are the posts that Jane created, right? And these are the posts that Jane liked. And since this is our profile, now if I just go ahead and unlike some of these posts, so this, and then this one, and if we go here now, there we can see they are being removed from the likes. And if we go to the profile of, let's say, John, and here we can see John just has one post, and the post that John liked is this one. So basically this is what we have done. Whenever the feed type changes, it is going to rerun this, re-render this component, get the computed value, and it is going to send a fetch request to this endpoint. And I think we have a use effect that just checks whenever the feed type changes, it is gonna run the refetch. And let's say whenever the username changes, it should also like run this refetch function. So before, if we don't add it, let's see what's gonna happen. So I am in the profile of John, right? Let me just go here and refresh. So John has one post. If I click the profile of Jane, so it just updates here, but not here. So we need to refetch it whenever the username changes. And with this, I'll just refresh and try to do it again. This is the profile of Jane, post of the Jane. And if I click to John, there you go. It is gonna update here and then this one because it is refetching all of them. And if there isn't, or like if there aren't any posts, it is gonna show this p tag, and feel free to update the markup. So I think that's gonna be it for the fetching posts of the user in the profile page. Let's try to add a commit, and you could take a look at the changes that we have done. We just update the endpoint depending on the feed type and refetching depending on the username. And we just added one query in just a couple of fields. We just update the member since date. So adding those changes and putting a commit message. So this is my message, and I'll just commit those changes. And next, we're going to add this functionality where we can update user profiles. Now we will add update profile function or mutation. And before that, I think we could add like follow and unfollow other users. So currently, this is not my profile, right? This is John and I am Jane. This should say follow or unfollow. Let's go ahead and update that in the profile page. So let's see the edit profile. Where is it? So edit. So we have this text, but it is coming from in the, let's see, edit profile model. So we are only going to show this if it is my profile. And is this value hard coded? Let's see. Yes, it is. So I will cut this and put it here because we'll be using this user variable. And I'll say it is going to be my profile if and only if auth user dot underscore id is equal to the user underscore id. And let's get the auth user. I'll just rename this data from the use query and then just pass the query key just like this. And if we just save, there you go. Now it says follow for a different user. But if we visit our own profile, we just see edit profile button. And if I take a look at a different profile, when I click to that follow button, let's just see that button. Instead of showing an alert, we would like to call our custom hook, right? Let's just get that. Maybe after this mutation or maybe above this. So I'll just actually go at the very top, like above this query as well. I'll just say, give me this use follow hook that we have created. Let's see. Okay, it is this one, but we cannot get any auto suggestions. So I think I'll just go ahead and say import use follow from, let's see if this is the correct path. Yes, it is. So we go under the hooks folder and then just get that, which is gonna return us two different values. Let's say the follow function and then the is pending state. And I would like to call this follow function, let's see, in this button. And I would like to just pass the user ID that I would like to follow or unfollow. And it is not gonna say follow if we already follow this user, right? And we have the is pending state. So let's just delete this, and I'll say if it is pending, we're gonna say like loading and just put 3 dots. Or maybe we could show maybe a loading spinner. For now, let's keep it like that. And I'll say if it is not pending, and if I am following this user, then I'll just show the unfollow. So I'll say, and am I following? Then I would like to say unfollow in this button. Let's create this one. So const am I following, and this is how we can check that. We'll say if this user under the followers array, it includes the ID of the authenticated user, then this is going to be true, right? And we'll say if it is not pending and if I am not following that user, then just show me the follow button. Okay, let's try to see this in action. Let's refresh. So we are not following Jane Doe, and we can double check that she has been suggested in the right panel. If I click to this, I will see loading for a second. And now that I follow that, it should actually change this to be unfollow, but it didn't because we need to invalidate something. And if we refresh, now we could get this up-to-date value. Now I think instead of invalidating, we could just change this by saying if auth user dot following includes the ID of the user, because when we follow a user, we will invalidate this value, right? Let's double check that. I know this is a little bit confusing, but when we follow someone on success case, we are updating the auth user query, and this is something that I mentioned previously. We are using this to be able to update that button. And now that this has been updated, we are just checking that from the following array. Hopefully it wasn't confusing. So I'll just refresh and let's try to see this in action. We have an error. Let's see. Okay, I think we forgot to put this question mark. I'll just unfollow that. We have the loading for a second, and now it says follow. If I follow that, it is gonna update here and then remove the Jane from the right panel. There we go. And we could do again just unfollow, and it is working as expected. So that was something to keep in mind. And here we can see how easy it is to implement that, because we have this custom hook where we can just call it and use it with only one line. Now it is time to update the user profile, right? And for this, we need to create a use mutation as always, because we need to send some post requests, right? I'll say const, we're gonna have the mutate function, and I would like to call it as update profile, and we're gonna get is pending state. We could say is updating profile, and then let's import the use mutation. We're gonna have the mutation function, which is not gonna take the data. So this mutation function is only going to update the profile of the user, the profile image, and then the cover image. And for some reason we cannot see the icon. Is because it is not our profile. If you go here, then we can see these buttons, right? So in this function, we can only update the cover image and profile image. And then if you want to update this information, then we're gonna go into the edit profile model and update that, because this is where that state lives. So for now, just know that we'll like to update the cover image and profile image. I'll say give me the try catch and just send the request. So our endpoint was API users and /update, and we don't need, I think, backticks, but let's keep it like that, because it is gonna find the user from the request and update the authenticated user profile. So it's gonna be a post method, and then we would like to add the headers as content type of application JSON, and for the body we could send the cover image and profile image. So whichever the user tries to update, maybe just one of them or maybe both of them at the same time. And this is gonna give us, let's say, data. If response is not okay, and return the data, throw just like this. And I think on success case, we could show a toast. Let's just say profile updated successfully, and we would like to invalidate two different queries. One, to be able to fetch the user profile again so that we could update this part, and invalidate the authenticated user query so that we could update the profile profile information on this sidebar. Okay, so let's go ahead and say promise.all and pass an array. In the first case, we would like to get the query client, invalidate queries, the auth user, as well as the user profile. Let's get the query client now. I'll just go maybe at the very top. Here I'll just say get the value, and on error case we could maybe just show a toast, just like this. And we would like to call this function now when we click to the update button. So I'll just select an image from my machine. So I think I'll just go with this one. Okay, this is my updated profile image, and here I can see the update button, and we only show that I'll just say Control F update. We only show this if we selected a cover image or profile image from our machine. So on click, instead of showing this alert, I'll just say update profile function, and let's say if it is updating, show this, otherwise just say update. Okay, so I'll just click to that and let's see this in action. Updating. There we go, profile updated successfully, and it just invalidate this query as well as this one, and we could just see up-to-date data. And let's try to add a cover image as well. So I'll just go with this one. This is from my machine, and I'll just say update. So it's been updated, and there we go. Now it is time to add this functionality where we could edit our profile in the button or in the model, right? Let's go into the edit profile model, and basically we're going to be doing almost the same thing with this mutation. We would like to update profile, send this request. Instead of cover image and profile image, we're going to send this form data and on success and on error functions. Now we could exactly copy this and paste it, which is not the optimal solution. We are duplicating code. Let's first do it in the bad way, and then I'll show you guys how to optimize it. So I just copied that function or mutation. I will paste it and import the use mutation. We have this update profile and loading state. Instead of this, we are going to just stringify the form data, and I think that's the only thing that we need to update. Let's get the toast and the query client, just like this. Give a little bit space and maybe put it at the very top, and let's bind this function to, let's say if we have an update button. Okay, it is gonna be this form. When we submit that, we would like to update our profile. So I'll say update profile, and like we should have some kind of button. Do we have? Let's see. When we click to this update, I would like to show the loading state for a second. So I'll say if it is updating, show this text, otherwise say update. Let's save, and hopefully it should do the magic. So our name called as a Jane Doe, and if I just say full name is gonna be Jane Orange. If I just update that, there we go. It updates here and then here. There you can see. Now there is one thing that we could optimize, is that when we click to this, we would like to get the default value for these fields, and for this we need only one use effect. So I'll just go here, maybe at the very end of this, like before the return, I'll say use effect, so just like this. And I'll say if we have the auth user, then we would like to just set the form data with its information. So I'll just say set form data and pass this new value, and I'll just say the full name will be so just like get those auto completes. Now for the link we're gonna pass, but for the password I mean the new password and current password, we will leave it as an empty string so that we have this kind of like security. And we need to get the auth user, so I'll just pass it here, and we're gonna get that as a prop into this component. So I'll say auth user, and we're gonna pass it when we call the edit profile model. So I'll say auth user and then just pass it. Okay, with this, now when we try to edit our profile, we should be able to get the like the default values, and we don't have bio, so it's empty, and we don't have link, they are also empty. So let's just say this is my new bio, and maybe just add a link. I'll put the link of the channel, and I'll just say update. There we go. Now we have this new bio and then the link. When we click that, that's gonna take us to the link. Now let's add our changes just like this. Then we're going to optimize this and make it as a custom hook. So I'll just go here and add all of my changes. So this is my commit message, and let's try to optimize it. So now that we are using the same function in two different places, right? It is this use mutation where we're basically copying and pasting the exact same thing, but the only thing changes is the body for the like what we are sending to the database or the backend. So I'll just go ahead and create a custom hook for this. So I'll say use update profile, or maybe user profile.jsx, and let's create that. I'll say const use update user profile. Maybe I could just copy this entire thing, right? And before that, let's say export default this hook, where we're gonna have this use mutation, and instead of passing this statically, we're gonna actually take it dynamically, right? So I'll just say pass the form data when you call this mutation, then we can show a toast and invalidating this queries. So I'll say const query client, and eventually we would like to return the update profile function as well as the loading state. And how are we going to get this form data? So this could be like a prop that we would pass, or just like an argument. So I'll say form data. Let's try to save this now, and we're gonna go into the maybe edit profile model and delete everything that we have here. Instead, we're gonna call our hook, which was use update user profile, and we're gonna pass the form data, which is gonna give us the update profile function as well as the loading state. We could delete this now because we are not using it. We are not using toast, not mutation, not query client. Everything is being abstracted for us, and we'll do the exact same thing in the profile page. I'll delete this, and I'll say I think use update user profile, and instead of form data, I'll just fix it in a second. I'll say const give me the function, or like the state and then the function. And for the form data, since we're expecting as an object, I'll just say the cover image as well as the profile image. Let's save, and hopefully it should work. When we call this function, we are not passing anything, right? And maybe we should add that into that. So instead of passing to the hook, we could pass it to the update profile function, so you would get that actually from here. So I'll say form data, and I think this is a better approach. So we're not gonna pass it to the hook, but into the mutation function. So update this file, and then we're gonna pass that to here, so the cover image and then the profile image, and we need to delete that from this params, and same thing for this one. So instead of passing to here, we're gonna pass that here. Okay, let's save and try to test it out. I'll delete these because we are not using them. And everything should be working fine. The only thing that we have done is just make this reusable. Let's go ahead, refresh. We have edit profile. I will click to that and I'll just change my surname to be Blue, and I'll say this is my very Neve bio, and maybe just make this uppercase, and let's update. There we go. Everything just works as expected. Let's try to update our profile image. Now let's try to add this to here, and I'll just say update. And everything is just working like as expected. It updates here and here as well. So this is how you write clean code, right? And let's go into the edit profile and try to update our password. If I don't pass the current password and just try to pass something here, it is gonna say please provide both current and then the new one. I'll just put the current one, but I'll make it wrong, okay? And it's gonna say current password is incorrect. And if I go here and just say put the correct one, and my new password will be, let's say, from 1 to 8, okay? I'll say update, and there we go. Now profile updated successfully. If I try to log out and log in with the old password, it's gonna say invalid, but if I put the correct one, then there we go. Now I can log in. And now there is one thing that we could optimize. So if we try to update our profile image, here I'll just, I think, select this one. Now once I update, it's going to update, but then I would like to remove this button, but still I can see that. It is because we still have this state where we called as cover image, right? Let's just see that. So we say, let me just get that. Where is it? So we say if there is cover image or profile image, then show this update button. And we updated it, but it is still in this state. And to be able to fix this, instead of using mutate, we will say mutate async so that it could return us some values. So I'll just go here and I'll say once I update my profile, okay, I'll just cut it for a second. Okay, I'll say update the profile and I'll make this an async function. And once this is done successfully, then I would like to set the profile image to be null as well as the cover image to be null. And once we have done this, so let's just see this in action. I'll just refresh and try to update my profile image. First, I will see the update button, and once I update it, then it should remove that button. And there we go. Now, because we don't have that state, and this is something to keep in mind when you want to get some values or await a mutation, you could use mutate async. And then we just renamed it as usual. So I think that's gonna be it for this section as well. And I think previously I forgot to update something. So data.message, do we have anything like this? When we throw some errors, this should be data.error. So because this is the field that we are returning, and it should be like this. And if you have already have them as data.error, then just don't fix it because this is the correct one. So I'll just save all these files and then add my changes. And let's just put a commit message. So this is my commit message. We just added this hook to keep the code base clean. And with this, I think we have completed the entire application where we can suggest some users in the right panel. We can follow them, unfollow them. We can edit our profile and just have some security checks. We can update our profile image, cover image, like the user information. Then we could see our posts or the likes that we have. The posts that we have liked. We could delete them if we are the owner. We could like posts, unlike them, and we could see the notifications that we had. We could delete all of them as well. And in the homepage, we could either see all posts in the database, or we could just see the posts of the users that we follow. And the very last thing that we need to add is deployment. So we need to get our app ready so that we could deploy that on the internet. And that's going to be next. So for the deployment, we'll be using a platform called render.com, which we can deploy our applications for free. So you need to create an account and then just log in with your GitHub account. I have already done that, and I'll just go to my dashboard. So if it is your first time, then you're not going to see any applications here. But since I have deployed this demo application, I could just see that. And we're going to go ahead and create a new application, so new web service. But before that, we need to create a GitHub repo and then just push this code that we have just written so far. So I just head over to the GitHub, and this is my account, and I'll just create a new repo. And I think I will call it as Twitter-clone, and I'll make it private for now, but once this video gets published, I'll make it public. So if you want to just keep it public, I would select this one. And I'm just choosing this private until I edit this video and then just publish it. So you go ahead with the public one, and I'll go with private. And I'll say create the repo, and this is going to give us a couple of different commands. Let's copy this and then paste it to our terminal. Now in your case, this might be main. In my case, it's master, but just ignore that. So I'll open up a new terminal and then just make sure you are under the root, and I'll paste it and press enter again. That's gonna push the code to this GitHub repo. If we just refresh, there we can see the latest commit was 7 minutes ago, where we just added that custom hook. And now it is time to deploy this application. And we cannot really just drag and drop to the render and deploy that, because this is a full stack application and we need to do some configuration in the backend. So like currently, this is the current state of our application, where on the localhost 3000 we have our React application, which is the front end, right? And then we have at this URL our backend. Now we would like to just deploy both of them under the same domain. So let's say we would like to have I'll just duplicate this, and then here under this domain, we would like to have both our backend and then our front end application. And we can do this by configuring the server.js file. And we're going to be doing this so that we could get rid of the coarse errors, and it is really convenient to just deploy all of your application under the same domain. And since this project is not really huge, it is completely fine to deploy it like that. So the first thing that we need to add, I think, one more script. So when we push our code to the render, they are not going to have the node modules folder for the backend and for the front end, right? First, we need to install those dependencies. So this is going to be the command that render will run for us in the backend or in their server, right? So I'll say npm install, and they are going to run this so to be able to install this node modules for the backend. And then we would like to install the node modules for the front end. So I will just say and. Now we could say cd into the front end, but I'll just say npm install, and I'll just say prefix the front end folder. So basically it's gonna run this command under the front end folder so that we could get the dependencies as well. And lastly, I'll just say npm run build again in the front end folder so that we could just build our React application and just give us an optimized version of it. So let's save this file, and again we have installed the dependencies for the backend. It's going to install this node modules folder, and then we cd into the front end and install dependencies for our React application, and then we just built the front end, and that's going to give us I think dist folder that we'll be using. And like if we try to test it out, it should work. I'll just kill these terminals, and if I say cd into the front end and let's say npm run build, and basically this is what's gonna happen when we deploy our application to the Vite, right? I mean to the render.com. So there you can see now our application has been built, and it gives us this dist folder and this is the optimized version of the application that we have just built. And now we could actually delete this because that's going to happen in the render.com, right? And we can go into the server.js and then just add a couple of different functions, or maybe just configuration. So the first thing that I want to get is the something called underscore underscore their name, and I'll say path.resolve, and we're gonna get this path from path package, which is a built-in Node module. And now I'll just go ahead after this routes, I'll just say whatever the request is coming, okay, whatever the route is other than these, we're gonna just navigate the user to the React application. So we'll say if process.env.node.env, if it is equal to the production, right, then we would like to make this dist folder to be static assets. So we'll say app.use express.static path.join, so their name is going to be the root folder, and then we would like to go under the front end where we have the dist folder. So this is going to be our static assets, and then we'll say whatever the request is, just navigate it to the React application and just send the index.html file that we have. So we'll say res.send file, and we'll say go again from the root to the front end, the dist folder, and return the index.html. So if user sends request to login, sign up, log out, we're gonna hit this endpoint. Then maybe follow users and all these routes, right? We're gonna hit this one for the posts and for the notifications. But other than that, such as homepage, profile page, we're gonna hit this like get request and then show the React application. So with that, we are gonna save this file, and for the dev, when we run npm run dev, we would like to set the node env to be development. So I will give a little bit space and I'll say node underscore env will be development, and I'll copy this. And when we start the application in production, oops, I couldn't copy. So when we deploy this, then this is gonna be production. I think with that now we could just save this file, and I will cd into the root, and I'll clear my console, and I will first, let's just say npm run build. So this is gonna install dependencies for the backend and for the front end. Then it is gonna build the React application. And let's just wait for this to complete. And now once this is done, we could say npm run, let's say start. So it is gonna run this production ready application in the server.js file. And now we could basically visit localhost not 3000. If we refresh that, it is going to give us a blank page because this is not where we have the server.js. It is under this port, right? So I'll say 5000. So there you go. Now we are visiting our server, but we can still get the React application. It is because we added this kind of if check, where we just say if we don't hit our endpoints, you could show the user the React application. And now we could just like posts, unlike them, and delete them. Everything is just gonna work fine. I hope it makes sense now. So that's pretty much it. Let's just kill this terminal, and I will add those changes, and let's just see what we have done. So we have added this build script, then we updated those two environment variables when we run these commands, and we just added this if check. And in the package JSON, okay, this is something it just updated automatically. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and add all those changes, and I'll just say fourth part, and we just prepared our app for deployment. So I'll commit those changes and sync that up. So that's gonna push changes to our GitHub account. Let's refresh. Now the latest change is just now, So we could go ahead into the render and then just deploy this. So I'll say web service and build and deploy from the Git repo. And I'll just select that GitHub repo that we have just created. Let's connect that. And we need to pass our environment variables. So first, don't change anything here. In your case, that could be main. So just skip that. And to be able to build our application, we'll say npm run build. And our start command, let's say npm run start or npm start. It's basically the same thing. And we would like to go with the free tier. There is just one disadvantage that it just goes inactive, but I think that's fine for like side projects. And let's go ahead and add all of our environment variables. So here I'll just copy and paste them one by one. So this is my Mongo URI, and then just paste it. Now I will basically doing the same thing for all of them, and I'll just come back to video. Or maybe I'll just do it side by side, just like this. So for the node env, we could skip that because that's going to be production when we run the npm run build. So just skip that and don't add it. Let's add the Cloudinary cloud name, API key, as well as the API secret. Okay, so we have added all of our like environment variables, and let's say create the web service. So that's going to take a bit time, and we can see all the logs. So for now, let's just wait, and once that's done, I'll just come back to the video. Okay, so after a really long time, like about 5 minutes, it was able to deploy it, and now it says your service is live. Let's try to visit our application, and normally it doesn't take about 5 minutes, but in this case, I don't know why this is the case. But anyways, let's visit where we could just log in. If I put the wrong password, it's gonna say error, right? But in the correct case, it is gonna hopefully log me in. And once I am in, I could like posts, unlike them, add a comment. I'll just say hello from deployment and just post it. And there we go. Now we had that comment. We could follow users, and I think we could unfollow them as well. We could see the posts that they have. Currently this user don't have anything, and she didn't like any posts. Let's visit our own profile, where we could see the posts that we have and the posts that we like. Let's like this post, and we could see that in the likes, so to say, like section, and we could edit our profile. I'll just put a current password, and if I skip the new password, it's gonna say please provide both of them. So I don't want to update my password. Now let's say Jane, let's say red, and I'll say update. There we go. It invalidates this query and then this one. We could also update cover image, profile image, and there we can see everything is working as expected. Let's delete all notifications, which is going to update the UI. And just to make sure, let's try to edit our profile image. I will select this one, and then I'll just say update. And there we go. Now this is our new profile image. And I think with that, we have just completed this entire project. So it was a really long one, but everything that you have learned in this video can be applicable to any other projects and any other features that you would like to add into this app. So I would say don't just leave this tutorial and start a new one, but I would say just try to work on this project for the next couple of weeks or maybe couple of days, just to add a couple of different features by adding some routes, controllers, maybe some models, and then just consume it with React query and just add a little bit more functionality to this app. And maybe also you could change the design, change the logo, the favicon, the title, and just make it a completely different application. And if you do something like that, just post it in our Discord server so that we could see it and start your GitHub repository. With that, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.